Sehr geehrte Frau Mildner, verehrte Damen und Herren hier im Saal, Zuschauende am Livestream, herzlich willkommen in der Landesvertretung zu Baden-Württemberg. Künstliche Intelligenz und Resilienz. Nicht erst seit Beginn der Corona-Pandemie sind das zwei der großen Themen unserer Zeit. Sie haben durch die Corona-Pandemie noch einmal an Bedeutung gewonnen, ja, sogar einen richtigen Schub erfahren. Das Digitale ist durch Homeoffice, Online-Impfterminvergaben, Corona-Warn-Apps alltäglicher geworden und auch die Frage nach der Resilienz unseres Gesundheitssystems, unserer Wirtschaft und auch nach der individuellen Widerstandsfähigkeit. Resilienz ist in aller Munde. Insofern freue ich mich sehr, dass wir heute gemeinsam mit dem Aspen Institute Germany und so vielen hochkarätigen Vertreterinnen und Vertretern aus Politik, Wirtschaft und Zivilgesellschaft diese beiden Themen in der Zusammenschau diskutieren können. Ihnen allen nochmal ein herzliches Willkommen und eine gute Tagung hier. Künstliche Intelligenz ist zweifelsfrei eine Schlüsseltechnologie für die großen Herausforderungen unserer Zeit. Da geht es um den Kampf gegen den Klimawandel, wenn es beispielsweise darum geht, bei der Energieversorgung aus erneuerbaren Energien die Netzstabilität zu gewährleisten. Da geht es um die Bekämpfung der Corona-Pandemie, wenn vernetzte Informationen über Bettenkapazitäten, Prognosen zum Infektionsgeschehen die Gesundheitsversorgung der Bevölkerung und der Bürger und Bürgerinnen verbessern sollen. Und nicht zuletzt ist das Thema künstliche Intelligenz ein großes Thema bei der Transformation der Wirtschaft, wodurch eben diese Technologie in Prozessen natürliche Ressourcen, CO2-Emissionen und Energie eingespart werden. Eine insgesamt gigantische Wertschöpfungskette, die wir in Baden-Württemberg früh erkannt und früh gefördert haben. Und dabei ist uns die zukunftsgetriebene Forschung ebenso wichtig wie der konkrete Nutzen in der Gegenwart. Wir sind stolz, Europas größtes KI-Forschungszentrum und Forschungskonsortium zu beheimaten, das Cyber Valley. Ein weltweit hochgeachteter Spitzenstandort der KI-Forschung. Und hier bauen akademische und privatwirtschaftliche Partner Brücken zwischen der von Neugierde getriebenen Grundlagenforschung und der angewandten Forschung. 29 KI-Startups aus der Region zeigen im Cyber Valley Startup Network bereits heute, wie aus guten Ideen eine innovative Praxis wird. Die Gründungskultur in der Wissenschaft wollen wir beibehalten und ausbauen. Auf diesen Erfolgen wollen wir aufbauen. Auch in Zukunft werden wir in Baden-Württemberg weiter tüchtig forschen, tüftern und erfinden. Das hat nun mal eine Tradition bei uns in Baden-Württemberg. Nirgendwo sonst wird so viel in Forschung und Entwicklung investiert wie in Baden-Württemberg, 5,8% des Bruttoinlandsprodukts Jahr für Jahr. Das Thema künstliche Intelligenz wird dabei auch in den kommenden Jahren ganz weit oben stehen. Denn das Feld ist ein umkämpfter Markt mit Blick auf Innovationen, aber auch mit Blick auf die klügsten Köpfe in diesem Bereich. Und daher freut es mich, dass wir den Ausbau des KI-Forschungszentrums Cyber Valley durch den Aufbau eines Alice-Instituts, durch Förderung der Hector-Stiftungen angehen werden. Und Mitte November hat die Haushaltskommission weitere 15 Millionen Euro bereitgestellt, mit denen ein zweiter Innovationspark künstliche Intelligenz angestoßen werden soll. Meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, es ist schön zu sehen, dass wir heute in einem so internationalen Rahmen zusammenkommen, denn auf diese internationale Kooperation wird es ankommen. Bei einer Schlüsseltechnologie dieser Größenordnung geht es nicht anders, bringen uns Alleingänge nicht weiter. International abgestimmte KI-Strategien, Ausbau internationaler und transatlantischer Kooperation sind unerlässlich und unsere demokratischen Strukturen können dabei zu unserer großen Stärke werden. Ein freier und offener Diskurs tut der Sache gut. So können wir, und davon bin ich überzeugt, gemeinsam das nötige Vertrauen gewinnen, um die Potenziale der Technologie voll auszuschöpfen. Lassen Sie uns heute mit dieser Konferenz und morgen einen weiteren Schritt in diese Richtung gehen. Ich freue mich auf den Austausch mit Ihnen. Herzlichen Dank.
Madam Milner, ladies and gentlemen, viewers live stream from home, but ladies and gentlemen here in the hall, a very cordial welcome to you all. Artificial intelligence and resilience. These are two key issues of our time, and not just since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, the pandemic has made these issues more pressing and even acted as a catalyst. Digitization has become more commonplace through working from home, online vaccination bookings, and COVID-19 alert apps. And we are all addressing the question of whether our healthcare system, our economy, and we as individuals are resilient enough. So this is why I'm very pleased indeed to be discussing these two topics today together with the Aspen Institute Germany and so many leading representatives from politics, business, and civil society. So again, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to you all and wish you a very productive conference. Artificial intelligence is undoubtedly a key technology in tackling the tremendous challenges of our time. So the battle against climate change, for example, and our need to ensure grid stability based on energy supply from renewables. Or the fight against the corona pandemic, when networked information on hospital bed capacities and predictions on incidence rates help improve healthcare for our population, for our citizens. And last but not least, the transformation of our economies, where artificial intelligence is used to enhance industrial processes, and that will save natural resources, CO2 emissions, and energy. So early on, Baden-Württemberg recognized this huge value chain and promoted it. So forward-looking research is just as important to us as reaping tangible benefits now. We are proud to be home to Europe's largest AI research consortium, Cyber Valley. This is a global center of excellence for AI research of high renown, where academic and private sector partners are building bridges between curiosity-driven basic research and applied research. In the Cyber Valley Startup Network, 29 AI startups from the region demonstrate how to turn good ideas into innovative practice. So we wish to maintain and expand such a startup culture in science. We are building on these achievements. And in future, we will continue to undertake a lot of research and experimentation and invention in Baden-Württemberg, because this is our tradition. Investment in research and development is the highest in Baden-Württemberg, actually 5.8% of our gross domestic product. So AI will continue to be at the top of our agenda in the years to come, because we realize that this is a highly competitive market in terms of innovation, but also in terms of attracting the brightest minds in the field. I'm therefore pleased that we are poised to expand the Cyber Valley AI Research Center by establishing an Alice Institute with the support of Hector Foundations. In mid-November, mind you, the Budget Commission earmarked another 15 million euros to launch a second AI innovation park. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to see that we are meeting today in an international setting, because international cooperation is crucial in this field. being a global frontrunner will only be possible if we join forces at the European level. Going it alone in a key technology of this magnitude will get us nowhere. This is why we need internationally coordinated AI strategies and the expansion of international and transatlantic cooperation. Our democratic structures may become a great asset in this regard, and free and open discourse will serve our case. I'm fully convinced that together we can gain the necessary trust to fully exploit the potential of this new technology. So let's take another step in this direction today through the conference we hold. I look forward to engaging in our exchange, and thank you very much for your attention.
Humanity Empowered. This is the title of our conference today and tomorrow. And it is a particular pleasure welcoming this year's conference on artificial intelligence. Only until a very few days ago, we actually did not know if we are going to pull this off in a hybrid setting. We were thinking, should we do it all digitally? Should we all disinvite you? And then we said, no, we are going to try it, and we are going to be brave, and we are going to be resilient. So it fills me with a particular joy to see you here today in this room to discuss, to analyze, to learn from each other, and also to enjoy the personal and human contact which we have. I also want to welcome, however, also our digital participants, because I know that it's not so easy today to really go to public events like this today. We all understand that, and I do have to say a lot of participants switched over last minute from being here to digitally, and we certainly very much understand. And it is a pleasure to welcome you as well today. This would not have been possible without our strong partners. First of all, our co-organizer and host, the representation of the state of Baden-Württemberg to the federal government, Germany. You have been a very strong partner over the last years. And for me, this year started with a conference here on the inauguration of US President Biden, certainly Biden. And last year on the election night. And it's just a really, really great pleasure being here today again. So thank you so much to you and to your team standing ready for all last-minute changes which we had to do. We also wouldn't be here today with another very strong partner, and that is the Heinz and Heide Dürr Stiftung, who have been, I would say, really from the beginning on in the thought process of our digital program. And Rüdiger Lenz, who was until recently the director of the Aspen Institute and is also here today, will remember the first discussions you had with Mr. Dürr about digitalization and the Artificial Intelligence Conference. And he has been also a very strong partner over the last years together with his team, so thank you so much. But this is not the end of the thanks, because we also wouldn't be here without our other partners and supporters. And they are Accenture, the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung, the Heinrich Böll Stiftung, Microsoft, and SAP. And many of you are here today. So thank you so much for supporting us and also for believing in us that we would really do this Artificial Intelligence Conference. I want you to take a minute and remember. Remember where you were, remember what you thought, and the first thing I want you to remember is September 11th, 2001. The terror attacks on the United States. September 7, 2008, the global financial system almost stood, or really pretty much stood, at the brink of collapse, and several US banks had to be rescued. March 11, 2020, the WHO Director General officially declared COVID-19 as a global pandemic. And only this summer, in July 2021, wildfires were ranging over the whole western parts of the United States, and we were hit by a devastating flood in Germany. So we are facing a multitude of risks and crises at the same time. The temperature of our planet is rising, wildfires, floods, droughts, storms. We are seeing them with increasing frequency. We face multiple refugee crises. We see a lot of anti-democratic tendencies in a lot of countries and geopolitical conflicts. And whenever we are hit with crises like this, we are asking us, what could we have done better? Why didn't we not see this crisis coming? And if we saw it coming, why didn't we do anything about this? And most of all, why didn't we learn from these crises? And in other words, why are we not more resilient? The G7, when they met this summer, vowed to build back better and to increase and strengthen our common resilience. And what do we mean when we talk about resilience? We mean the ability to identify a crisis or a risk, so preparedness. We mean recoverability, the ability to quickly bounce back and recover from a crisis. We mean flexibility and adaptability, so the ability to adapt to the crisis. And foremost, we mean transformability, so the ability to transform our societies and make them less vulnerable, so to say, to leap forward after a crisis. And the G7 also said, and let me quote, if used properly, technologies can help us strengthen health capacities, tackle environmental threats, widen access to education, and open new economic opportunities. We will leverage these technologies to advance tech for the common good and promote digital literacy worldwide. I think we can all agree that artificial intelligence has a humongous potential to make us more resilient. But it also poses a few risks we need to consider and we need to talk about. So on the individual level, for example, increased automation, digitalization can lead to job security. So how do we make our workforce fit for the 21st digital century? The implementation of digital technologies also encompasses new security risks. So how do we employ new technologies while ensuring cyber security? In some countries, artificial intelligence is not only used for good purposes. In some countries, it is used for mass surveillance and also neglecting human rights. So how do we make sure that digital technologies are really employed for the human good and not against us? And last but not least, digitalization can also increase global inequalities, because not everybody has access, and we do also see some monopolistic or at least oligopolistic tendencies. So we want, in the next day or two, we want to talk about the potentials, and we want to talk about risks. We want to look at trade, health, climate, even space, and also our bureaucracy. And we want to do this nationally and internationally, and we want to do this with you in a very interactive setting, I hope. So I'm looking forward to a lot of questions from you, the audience, but also from our digital audience. And we want to set the stage by getting a little bit more into the detail of artificial intelligence resilience. And we want to do this with an academic panel. And I would now like to ask our panelists and our moderator to come up here to the stage. This panel is going to be moderated by Kim Larson. He's principal, Bresler, Emory, and Ross, and not only this, he is a very good friend of Aspen, Germany, because he is the president of Friends of Aspen, Germany, Washington, D.C. Thank you so much, Kim, for moderating today. And I'm looking at where our second panelist is. I already warned the two of you that he might come in very, very late minute. As soon as he's here, we are going to send him up to the stage.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Should I stand here? Okay. Here? Okay, good. Thank you very much, Stormy.
He's already online. So he made it. He made it, and he is there online with us.
Very good. All right, thank you. And, we'd like to welcome everyone to this panel. And let me say that, as has been indicated, every crisis brings forth important lessons to be learned. And the current, global pandemic has revealed just how much room and necessity there is for these lessons. And the question is, what have we learned, and how will that prepare us down the road the next 5, 10, 15 years? What lessons are to be drawn for this pandemic, for any pandemic, for the other issues we face? And, while resilience is not a new concept, it needs to be rethought. So let me introduce now the members of our panel. On my right, Professor Joanna Bryson, Professor of Ethics at the Hertie School. Her research focuses on the impact of technology on human cooperation and artificial intelligence, information and communication technology governance. And from 2002 to 19, she was on the computer science faculty at the University of Bath. She's also been affiliated with the Department of Psychology at Harvard, the Department of Anthropology at University of Oxford, the School of Social Sciences at the University of Mannheim, and Princeton Center for Information Technology. And I think we could go on, but very good background, and I'm sure we'll look forward to what she says. And also Dr. Stefan Heumann, who is a member of the management board at the Stiftung Neue Verantwortung. He's a political scientist by training, and during the past years he's built the Stiftung Neue Verantwortung into Germany's leading nonprofit, nonpartisan think tank, working at the intersection of technology and public policies. He's particularly interested in agile and collaborative methods of policy analysis, and he works, publishes, and speaks on a wide range of topics on German and international tech policy. He's also on the board of the Open Knowledge Foundation, Germany. And so two very, very qualified and very good panelists here. And we want to start this with a question which we'll ask for a short answer from both of our participants. So what have you observed in the COVID-19 crisis pandemic that, how have people reacted to it? What steps have been taken? What does AI imply for this? What do you see? What lessons? Joanna, let's start with you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, thanks. Nice to be back in Baden-Württemberg. So I guess the main thing that we've all seen with respect to technology and with respect to this particular crisis, the crisis of the pandemic, is this change in our understanding of freedom, the concerns, recognizing that we have to have an adjustable sense of when we can go out and what we can do. All the countries trying to decide how much to trust the information that we share in order to monitor things. So when I think about what this particular crisis has told us, I think about the security-privacy trade-off, but it's not that simple. It's much more about structuring your government such that you can handle a problem and communicate about the problem and then come back, not just build back better, but re-expand immediately when the crisis is over, hopefully a little better then too, so you were doing good work during the crisis. Mm-hmm. I want to echo what Stormy said when she introduced us, that there are 4 crises going on here, and I don't think that we can ignore or should ignore. One of the main things I've observed in the last 2 years was a successful German election. A lot of us were afraid, now that Europe is recognized for its regulatory capacity, about the amount of money that was going to come into this election. And so I don't believe there was much sign of successful interference in this election, and that's something to be celebrated. So I'm also thinking very much about democratic resilience and, of course, about sustainability. The crisis is not to be forgotten in winter. Yeah.
Okay. And Dr. Heumann, same question for you.
Yeah, hello. Very happy to join this panel. I think from a broader perspective, it has shown us how interconnected and vulnerable we are. I mean, we have currently a trend of, resurgent nationalism, and people want to build up borders again. And COVID-19 really showed this is how interconnected we are, and that it's no country in the world can escape the consequences, and that we need to work together globally to find solutions. So that's the first thing, and I would say from a German perspective, and especially from a maybe technology perspective, the lockdowns have been particularly, formative experiences, and I think they have shown us how dependent we are on digital technology in a moment of crisis like this, and we have seen in Germany particularly how far we are behind other countries in terms of universal coverage with high-speed internet, or an education system that does not only use digital tools, but I think also poorly still prepares students for the digital transformation, and also a public sector that struggles to digitize basic processes. And so I think this has been discussed a lot in kind of sort of policy circles and in the tech community, but we have had a broader public awakening around this, and now we have a new government. And we'll see if this awakening and public pressure will actually be translated into real progress. Even there's some real challenges ahead for us to address these issues.
Okay, thank you. So a big issue for this panel is how can we make our societies more resilient? Our societies are very complex, both technically, sociologically. How can this resilience be supported and advanced with digital technologies? Joanna.
Oh, I thought that was going to Stefan, wasn't it? I could, okay,
yeah.
I'll try.
Yeah, we'll go.
Well, because he's obviously attended a little bit more than I have to the infrastructure questions. Thinking at the meta level, the macroeconomic level, I actually think it's slightly terrifying how well we have done, given how the incredible change that we saw in society, and then we didn't see enormous drops in GDP, and that makes me wonder how GDP could be so disconnected from everyday lives of so many people. And I think this may be symptomatic of inequality. So I think in a way we should and can celebrate the extent to which we were able to innovate despite all these problems. We were able to communicate in ways we can, including good solutions, and spread them out. On the other hand, I was speaking to some of my colleagues in the German government saying, well, at least now that you've had this experience, and this was like almost a year ago, say, at least now you've had this experience of dealing with a lockdown and everything, you're ready for the level of change we're going to have to deal with the sustainability crisis. And they all just paled. They wanted to believe this was a one-off problem. But I really think that like I said before, that what we need to be doing is creating all these capacities, but also defending against their abuse. And that the faster we can change, the easier. I mean, obviously Germany is one of the places you say a government can come in that will take all the infrastructure and potentially use it for incredibly not what it was intended for. And so we really need to be thinking both about being able to rapidly act and be resilient, and yet not being so resilient, or at least having some kind of defenses, such that this capacity to interact isn't abused.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Heumann, for you, how can we use our digital technologies to make our society more resilient?
Yeah, I think that's a great theme for the conference and a great question and something I've thought about. And I think it's not primarily a technological question from what I'm seeing. I think that resilience at the moment is mostly about mindset and institutions. And because what we have seen, we actually do have great technology and great technological capabilities at our fingertips in Germany, but we have not really been using them to their potential. And so what I mean, we need a mindset to become more resilient. I think we still lack more curiosity and excitement about technological change and its possibilities. And with this excitement comes an embracing of learning and collaboration. And I think that's something that the German bureaucracy has been particularly struggling with because it's very hierarchically and top-down organized. And I think learning on collaborative organizations are much more open and also willing to take risks, because you have to try out things, because that's how you learn. And so I think our inability also to learn, or to learn too slowly, is linked to an unwillingness to take risks. And we focus on processes. We have a very legalistic culture rather than on outcomes. And so I think we have to get to a mindset where we are much more adaptable to changes and to challenges like COVID. After COVID, they will just be the next thing. And we are in the midst of a huge climate crisis that will require constant adaptation and trying out new ways and trying out new technical solutions and thinking how they interact with society. There's no master plan for that, but therefore the mindset, the ability to adapt, is really important. I think that's one reason why smaller countries have been more successful in shaping, I think, the digital transformation as well as in their responses to COVID, because they often have this mindset, and the smaller countries are willing to take more risks and try out things. And then we need to have the institutions that support that kind of mindset and that help it flourish. Institutions that need to invest in technical expertise and bring that together with sociological expertise and governing expertise, the breaking up of hierarchical silos, more accountability, but not legalistic accountability, but accountability about outcomes and incentives for public servants to take risks and learn new skills. I think that's the basis from which we can use technology to address social challenges, whether it's a health crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic, or climate change, which is an ongoing crisis and something that will occupy our societies for the next decades.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, this is for you, Professor Bryson. AI is not only celebrated for its inspirational potential, but it's also the subject of numerous geopolitical and regulatory and certainly ethical conflicts. So what role can AI really play in making our society more resilient, and particularly with increased polarization and other issues? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, actually, that's great. I had a couple comments about that come right back to that question, based also on what Stefan just said. First of all, some people might be disappointed because we haven't really been talking about the robots very much. There hasn't been a lot of discussion about, well, we've got this new algorithm. And I think it's because we are succeeding in making AI more pervasive. And so fundamentally what AI does is it makes us, well, there's two things. One is that it makes each of us faster, each of us better at doing our jobs, which sometimes makes us more exchangeable, which comes into the future of work things, but we don't have time to talk about that too much right now. I think it will come up later. But the other side of that is that Well, actually, you mentioned polarization. One of the crises that we're facing is this crisis of inequality and polarization, and these are correlated with each other. A lot of people think polarization is correlated with like social media use or something, and it's not. It is correlated with inequality, but not in every country. Germany and China are two interesting exceptions. And so we actually, I'll give you a few research things that have come out of Hertie School in the last year. The first one is published already, which came out in December of last year, that we showed that at least in theory, one of the reasons you might not be, that you might suffer polarization when you have high inequality, when you have high inequality is if there's people who are falling behind and getting near a precipice, then they can't take the risk of working with someone they don't understand as well if that is higher risk, even if it has a higher expected payoff. So you just can't take the risk of a bankruptcy or a foreclosure or loss of custody of your children. So these kinds of things happen more often in contexts. Well, inequality doesn't necessarily cause that kind of slippage, but it does if the elite are allowed to take enough assets that the rest of the people are falling down. And Germany and China had worked hard to keep the bottom going up. And so that's part of the reason we hadn't seen that. Well, so there's two results I wanted to mention that came out this year, which are not yet published, but one's from my colleague, Luciana Cangolesi, and she has shown that in fact, the best compliance with COVID restrictions happened in countries with high trust in their own governments. And whether it was democratic or autocratic didn't matter. It was just trust that mattered. And coming back to the stuff I was just telling you about, we went and looked at the data, because what I described before was a model. And we showed not only did we match up what we had predicted, but really, when you have that economic precarity, the main effect is this loss of trust. So not taking care of people, leaving them without enough of a safety net. And I don't think we've escaped it so long, but we may not be able to escape it forever if the inequality does increase. It's like the housing crisis. If someone can buy an entire block and put one family in it, then a lot of other families have to move away. Mm-hmm. So I think we do have to address these, and that's why we keep coming back and talking about the governance issues. I know I've taken a long term, but I just want to say finally about agility. Agility is, again, a luxury that you have to have enough capacity to do that. So we shouldn't just destroy the traditional infrastructure in order to be agile. We need to have good, appropriately refactored kinds of infrastructure that allow us to rapidly, as I mentioned before, increase and decrease our security concerns and things like that. But too many people think agility in government is just throwing away and saving money infrastructure, and that's not true. And I have a paper on that too. Email me if you need help finding it, I mean.
Okay, and Dr. Heumann, for you, how do you see, what should the government be doing to both proactively and in advance of destabilizing events, both identify them and take the necessary steps? And how can AI help with that, or what risks would itself, should AI itself, or should we view AI itself to bring to the situation?
Yeah, it's interesting that we haven't talked that much about AI yet, because I think in some ways, especially from a German perspective, we are still working on the basics, and AI sort of comes on top of it. And I actually see the biggest potential use cases at the moment for AI really in the research field, where we have lots of problems where big data sets and machine learning can help us. And we see in the healthcare sector, like certain questions we ask, we can automate and simulate and much quicker develop medicines or proteins and things. So there's some truly amazing potential there for AI. In terms of government, what is really interesting at this moment in Germany is that we are building data science capacities in our ministries and across government. That's part of the data strategy that was adopted by the previous government, and I think the next government will take on and further develop. So we are actually building the infrastructure for collecting more data and empirically better understanding how policy works and what effects it has. And I'm very excited about that potential. And I think AI can play a role in terms of, one method of analysis to see how policy works. What we've seen in the pandemic, though, and that is the part that makes me a little bit skeptic or pessimistic, is that we haven't really embraced that mindset yet. And it's truly frustrating often to see that, how poor the quality of data still is we have on the pandemic, on where actually are the highest risks of getting infected. And I feel that's really still that we haven't really the basics in place in our public sector in terms of understanding the potential and then building up the infrastructure to have a good picture of what's going on and take much more measured approaches and targeted approaches rather than having a national lockdown. And so I think there's a lot of potential for us, but in Germany we still have a way to go in terms of putting the basics in place to collect the data and put that into perspective to evaluate policy. And I think AI as a tool can play a role there if we are successful in building up these sort of data competencies across government.
Okay. One element that is critical for societies to be able to react quickly is that they have processes in place to both understand popular opinion, to react to it, and the democratic institutions we have are extremely important, but also potentially exposed to AI and can be influenced, on the other hand, by the AI that the government itself can have. How do you see that playing into the whole resilience issue?
Yeah, no, I sort of alluded to that in my opening conversation. I think one of the biggest concerns has been, although I have to say, to slightly correct you, it's never artificial intelligence that does this. It's the digital revolution, and we use artificial intelligence, but the A in artificial intelligence is artifact. So let's talk about who are the actors that might be, for example, choosing to or not choosing to assault the German election or the American election or a Russian election, right? Who are the actors that would be motivated to do that? One of the really exciting things about the digital revolution is actually we've empowered everyone, and the same with the transportation revolution. And that means that the great thing is that we have all this talent that's online that we can communicate with. The scary thing is that now we have massive amounts of migration, and anyone can kind of come in and have these kinds of influence. So coming back to the question about democracy, again, what we have to do, and one of the things people talk about artificial intelligence, the capacities, for example, of China, and say, oh, look, there's this huge thing, it's another model, it seems to be working, and yet nobody wants to go there, nobody wants to move there. So far, we have done better. People like to come to the EU, they like to go to America. We need to work, of course, economically to make people want to move all over so we can have exchanges and not have too many people paying for too much stuff. But we also, we have to realize that we can identify, so this is what you can do with social media. You identify the types of people who are influenceable, and you make predictions about elections, say whether they're close elections, and then you go and you try to influence them, maybe in person. It doesn't have to be hacking through social media, but you may actually go and set up rallies in the areas. It's about where you expend resources. And again, if you have too much stuff exposed in the digital media, we know the 2016 election, both political parties were hacked. The election itself wasn't hacked. But it could be that they misallocated resources. For example, Clinton's decision never to go to Wisconsin. She was sure that she had the numbers, that her data science told her that Wisconsin was a sure thing. Why was she sure of that? So these are the kinds of, there's so many different places that you can assault. And so I think one of the most interesting things, and I will say this, one of the questions we were asked before is, what have we seen transnationally? The panels that I've been sitting on, there's a lot of dispute about, should the EU be sort of recognized for what it's doing itself? Does it have its own regulatory regime? And is it a third kind of thing besides China and America? Or is it essential that the US and China not China, the US and the EU somehow merge and combine their regulatory strategies. And especially the West Coast of the United States, of course, thinks that should just look exactly like the West Coast of the United States. So not, even though they complain at the same time about their lack of capacity to legislate. I think it's important that we should be empowering a lot of regions the way the EU has empowered itself, that when you have 400 million people, that's about the right amount. It makes it worthwhile for transnational companies to take you seriously. And so in my opinion, it is important. Of course, when we have good solutions, we should share them. And I'd like to see the EU, since we are so affluent, taking some of the resources that we have to innovate legislation and passing that out. So we don't just say, these are our rules and you have to use them, but we say, these are our rules that work in these contexts, and we have different rules even by nation. Here are other regions of the world who do not have as much legislative capacity. Here's like an entire suite of rules that you can use. And that's supposedly what the Global Partnership for AI, which Germany is one of the founding partners of, is the kind of thing it's supposed to be doing, is coming up with regulatory measures, but not normative recommendations, so that we can but being able to describe what are the options that governments that want to be like us might want to absorb so that they can more easily cooperate with us. Mm-hmm. But again, striking that balance, I think we part of the reason Europe has proved resilient is because of the strengths of the nations within it, that we found a way to both have strength as nations and to be harmonized and to use the economic. So I think it's a really interesting model, which is why I'm here. You can tell from my accent, I chose to come here twice. I took an EU passport in the UK. And I'm very happy the new government says I might be able to get one pretty soon in Germany too. So who knows? Good.
So, there are going to be a number of you both have seen the the agenda for the remainder of the 2 days. So let's start with you, Dr. Hooijman. What, looking at the rest of the conference and the additional topics that are coming up, what observations or comments do you have about those general topics?
Yeah, what I would like to just make one comment to what Joanna just said and the AI discussion. Mm-hmm. Something that often gets overlooked is actually that the prevalence and use of AI sits at the heart of our question around democracy, because it's the social media and the big tech platforms that have been pioneering AI, and a lot of our online discourses, as they have moved online, are now shaped by machine learning recommender systems. And so I think that AI is actually sitting at the heart of the question around democracy, because how important AI is to how a TikTok or Facebook or Google works. So I would just leave that as a comment. And regarding the conference, I mean, it's a very diverse program, really exciting. And what I've seen, and I think what is also a theme here, is that, and you've already mentioned it, is that a lot of people frame the discussion around AI as a growing conflict between the United States and China as sort of the AI superpowers that are competing sort of for technological dominance, and the question how Europe fits into that or reacts to this. And I think what gets overlooked in this discussion is how internationally connected we are also in this AI space. The research community is very international. The collaboration is international. A lot of the technology is very open. It's open source technology that can be widely used. And so we should not lose sight of the interconnectedness. And I think you saw the ability of countries to pressure each other in the global supply chains is a result of that interconnectedness. But there's also, I think, hope or something positive in that, because it is also a factor that continues to force us to talk to each other and to find global solutions. And I think that's an important theme, not just to talk about the conflicts and the driving force to nationalize technologies, but actually how internationally interconnected we are and how much we have benefited from cross-border collaboration, especially in the field of AI.
Thank you. Professor Bryson, same question.
Oh, well, I have to totally agree. At the same time, I remember my master's students at Hertie School saying, "Oh, but now countries matter again. You know, the countries are back. We thought they were nothing. You know, and countries will always matter for certain kinds of coordination because we have geographic problems. So there will always be nations. And at the same time, absolutely, what we're creating is something closer and closer to like Kant's perpetual peace, right? The level of interdependence. Although we also know we need redundancy. We don't want to have only one airplane company. We don't want to have only one GPS. We do need to do that for resilient supply chains. So going into the question, I mean, first of all, apologies. I'm going to be in and out a little more than I should be. I really apologize for that. But anyway, I will be here most of the next 2 days, but not all. But I'm very much particularly interested in the cybersecurity and the trade questions, and especially this issue about some things really are natural monopolies, and not in the old economic sense of, oh, it gets cheaper to make more episodes. It's more like everyone in the world could go and use the best one, so why would they go somewhere else? And if that's true, how do we how do we govern those things transnationally? We need to both get the revenue appropriately redistributed, which this 15% tax is just the beginning of. And why does that exclude, incidentally, finance and consultancies? I don't understand that. But the second, and this is transnationalism in general, not only AI. But secondly, I still feel like we haven't adequately interrogated and clarified how you can choose to exclude the president of an elected democracy from social media. Now, it had a massive, we can measure and say there was a massive positive impact in the reduction and spread of disinformation when that action was taken. So I do believe it's justifiable, but I do not believe it's been adequately justified. I think we need more clarity about when it's okay, because otherwise everybody will just say, hey, I don't think there should be an opposition party or whatever. So we really need to have more clarity about these kinds of actions. But anyway, I look forward to, there's so many panels here, I really look forward to almost all of them.
All right. Thank you. I think that's all. We're out of time, right? Okay. One more minute.
Oh,
okay, good. So a critical issue on the issue of sustainability and really resilience is: do we plan for the best of times? Do we plan for the worst of times? Do you want things that will survive? Or things that maximize the current situation? What do you think about that, Professor Bryson?
Well, I think that the definition of regulation actually is trying to persist into the future. Mm-hmm. So I think we are. That's just sort of what life does, and it's the foundation of our ethics. You said I was a professor of ethics. I'm really a professor of ethics and technology, but I'll briefly sound like a professor of ethics. I don't know another strong basis for ethics except to try to perpetuate and optimize. But the question is, what are we perpetuating out of all the things we are? I think it's really. Yeah, we only have a minute, so maybe I'll just stop it very esoteric there.
All right. Good. Then we'll bring this to a close.
Okay. Right.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much to a very rich panel. We are going to do a very, very short break of just a few minutes, maximum 5 minutes. So we have a little bit of a new setup up here. And then we are going to continue with a really exciting panel on global supply chains, resilience, and artificial intelligence with I would say, super round of panelists. So if you need to quickly step out, get yourself a drink, please do so, but be back quickly as well. And please reseat yourself where you were sitting. This is important to us because of COVID and hygiene standards. So, and please wear your mask when you're walking around. So see you in just a couple of minutes. I already warned you, this is going to be a very short break only, because we are looking forward to a very, very exciting panel with 6 really, really esteemed panelists. And it is a pleasure seeing a lot of old friends here online, and I very much wish that you would have been able to be here and that we would have been able to celebrate the topic of AI and resilience personally, but these are the times we are currently facing. So I thank you for making the time at all, because I know how awfully busy you are in trying to build the resilience which you need and taking a close look at global value chains. So let me quickly introduce our panelists. With us today is Dan Mullany. He is Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for Europe and the Middle East in the Office of the United States Trade Representative. Dan, it is such a pleasure seeing you again. Thank you so much for making the time. Also here with us is Martin Bachmann. He's Senior Vice President and Global Head of Solution Management and Digital Supply Chains from SAP, and also one of the supporters of our conference today, and working from a practical point of view on resilience and supply chain issues. So thank you so much for joining us today. Also with us today is Marion Jansen. We've also known each other for a long time. She is now Director of the Trade and Agriculture Directorate at the OECD. And I really wished you could have made it over here, but that's what we have to deal with today. Short-term decisions also by the organizations we work for. Allowing us to travel or not allowing us to travel. But thank you so much for joining us online. And also with us today is Denis Redonnet. He is Deputy Director General, European Commission. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm very much looking forward to your insights. Hazit Stenke, it's so nice seeing you again after we had just, I have to look at the camera, but I'm seeing you here. This is why I'm looking up and down. So it's really nice seeing you today again after we had just seen each other a month ago in Italy, where we talked about NATO and resilience and what NATO could and should do about resilience. So I'm very happy that you are here today. And Sandra Weser, thank you so much for also making it today. You will bring in the German voice in this very, very international panel. And I know with the new government just forming these days and the new coalition and saying goodbye to our chancellor tomorrow and everything what is going on politically, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate that you made the time. I do not want to start with a lengthy description of what we are going to talk about. We all know a lot happened in supply chains, and artificial intelligence plays a very big role in it. And we also know that the crisis showed us that we are really quite vulnerable. But we also came through the crisis not so badly with regard to supply chains. So we bounced back pretty fast as well. So what we want to, this is the theme we want to discuss. And what I would like to ask all of our panelists for the beginning, a brief question with just a brief answer of all of you, from all of you, is what you are currently observing in global supply chains. How are they and have they changed because of the crisis, and where are our vulnerabilities? And I would like to start with Marion. Could you, because you, I mean, the OECD is a data cracker. So tell us a little bit about what you're observing.
Thank you, Stormy, and very pleased to be here, albeit only digitally today. We were asked to prepare 3 points, 3 main aspects of the value chains as they've developed during the pandemic, and I would like to make the following 3 points. First, we have found that at the beginning of the pandemic, global value chains performed well and resisted very well. Actually, thanks to global value chains, we could deal with a lot of problems at the beginning of the crisis. Second point, in the second year of the crisis, 2021, that's where we have been seeing serious supply chain disruptions, and we are still in the middle of that. And third, when we listen to discourses from different parts of the public, we find that there is quite a difference between the policy discourse, some often referring now to the terms like decoupling, and the private sector that uses the co-words a lot, more coherence, more collaboration, cooperation, and more better communication. Coming back to the first point, what we have seen at the beginning of the crisis was a huge demand shock, increased demand for things like masks, disinfectants, and other sanitary products. At the global level, supply chains reacted rapidly to that. We saw, for instance, a 10-fold increase of exports of masks within 1 month of time. Yet we have seen problems in individual countries, including in Germany, but that was due, according to our analysis, to big surges in demand. No single country would have been able, in the combined shock that we saw, to respond to all of this at the same time. Supply chains reacted quickly. The second problem, supply chains being in trouble now, is, according to our analysis, due to an unfortunate combination of at least 3 things. First, we have seen production picking up again at different speed in different places of the world. China went out of confinement earlier than, for instance, Europe or United States. So China is exporting with containers going from Asia to the West, with containers cannot be filled to go back into the other direction. Second, demand has shifted. For instance, huge increases in demand for electronics because of teleworking, because of more entertainment at home, and that also changes what has to be transported from one place to the other. And third, big problem still on the services side. Services trade is not back to where it was. We, however, see that in China, services exports are beyond where they were before the crisis, mainly due to increases in transport services, whereas in the West, where tourism services play an important role, services exports continue to be down. So 3 phenomena that explain this problem that we are currently seeing. The private sector is asking us to help them to install better communication and cooperation between public and private sector, and also encourages governments to make more coherent policies and to collaborate more in order for things to more easily cross borders. I will leave it here, and I look forward to listen to the rest of the discussion.
Great, thank you so much for starting us off, giving us a very good overview. And you also mentioned already the private sector. So Martin, let me turn to you and ask you from a business perspective, what is changing in global value chains? And maybe you can also already bring in the perspective on what can AI do to help us maybe to address our vulnerabilities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Marion said it really well in terms of what's happened. What we're seeing is the emergence of 3 dimensions of what's important for supply chains, right? So we've seen that it's important for supply chains to be resilient, customer-centric, and sustainable, right? So resilient means the supply chain is able to absorb shocks and bounce back, either to where it was or to a better place. That is now very much a focus topic. At the same time, supply chains have to be customer-centric. Demand patterns have shifted. The mix of products that customers and organizations and governments are ordering or demanding is different. And sustainability has now even more come to the forefront. It's not just about meeting the overall goals around sustainability, but supply chains that rely upon scarce raw materials or single-threaded are unable to operate in a sustainable way. And I think it's fair to say, if a company aspires to be sustainable, their supply chain has to be operating in a more sustainable way. What's interesting is, what are the common themes around what has allowed companies to fare better and attain those 3 dimensions? And the one common theme that we see is this notion of digitalization. And I'm not talking about just a conversion of analog data into digital form, but rather leveraging vast amounts of information that is now available and changing the way that decisions are made so that you can make decisions faster and better and in a fundamentally different way. And that, I think, is where terms like artificial intelligence, machine learning is really the backbone of what's powering that type of digitalization, which I'm sure we'll talk more about here as the panel, as we continue our discussion.
Well, thank you so much. And we definitely come back to the issue of utilizing huge amounts of data to identify vulnerabilities, but also to react to them maybe in real time. And sometimes I find it hard to wrap my mind around it, how it really works. And I'm sure you can explain that to us in the second round. Let me now turn to Denise. How are, the same question to you, for the European Union, how have our value chains been hit by the crisis? What are you observing, and how can technologies help us?
Sure, thanks very much, Stormy. Very great to be with you on this panel. Look, I think from our perspective, of course, my perspective is more of a policy perspective. I think we very much agree. I very much agree with what Marion was saying. I mean, our first major takeaway from what has been happening over the last few years from a government perspective is that we have to be clear that the pandemic, the crisis that ensued, was not in and of itself a crisis of global value chains or of international economic integration. Most value chains have shown resilience. They are acting not just as a contributor to economic efficiency, but as shock absorbers as well, and will contribute to repair and avoid disorganization in order to contribute to the recovery. Of course, that requires that supply chains are adequately resilient, which in our understanding of the term would mean, and I think I would agree with what Martin was saying, both diversified, sufficiently and adequately diversified, but also sustainable. And sustainability is therefore becoming also in our policies, including in our trade policies, an important component. Point number one. Point number two, I think we're very clear that we're experiencing in the EU, across the 27 member states, disruptions and disorganizations now that Marion was talking about. And we need to separate, I think, clearly the diagnostic between what's happening in the short term, what's happening on a more structural basis. Now, in terms of getting a proper assessment of vulnerabilities and capabilities in some of our major industrial ecosystems in Europe, we have, out of the public authorities, out of the EU institutions, tried to do a proper fact-based, evidence-based mapping of this. We did this in the spring when the European Commission brought forward an update of the EU industrial strategy. And there basically the findings are fairly clear. If we look at a universe of products that corresponds to these most sensitive or critical ecosystems, the sheer number of products and the volume of trade and imports that these products represent that are genuinely vulnerable in the sense of products that suffer from a very high import dependency and concentration, and products where diversification or the development of domestic capacity may not be easy to achieve, are actually a very limited subset of these industrial ecosystems, mostly in terms of critical raw materials and mostly in the health sector. So it's not a wholesale problem of vulnerability. It's a targeted question of vulnerability that their public authorities have to have policies to address, and not on their own. We believe very much that this issue of supply chain resilience is an issue that should be the subject of discussions and engagement with partners, including the most like-minded partners of the European Union. That is, for example, the case of the United States. That's why we're very happy that under the newly established Trade and Technology Council, and perhaps Dan will talk about this, we have strands of work and discussions on these issues, on our respective dependencies, on our common dependencies, for example, vis-à-vis China. And these are dialogues that we think we must nurture in order to contribute to the question of resilience. Final point, there it's a little bit more negative or worrying from our point of view. We also think that to some extent the tensions that we've seen over the last few years have highlighted more structural systemic tensions beyond this temporary disorganization of supply chains, and tensions in the trading system. And that tensions are manifold. One is there is a certain spillover of geopolitical tensions in the world of trade and investment. And that is linked in part to rivalries. I'm thinking about the US-China relationship, but that affects us in Europe as well. And we've got to be mindful of this going forward. We've also seen that there are underlying structural and systemic distortions in the trading system that predated the crisis, that are still there and will continue to be there and need to be addressed. I'm thinking about a range of non-market distortions coming from non-market policies and practices, which we have to find ways of addressing. And this is why there again, engagement and cooperation matters. The relaunch of the trilateral process on trade between the US, the EU, and Japan this week is one of the avenues for dealing with this. And we are concerned finally because this is happening in an environment where we have a weakened rules-based trading system with the WTO at its center. And in our view, part of what public authorities, governments need to do on the policy side is to ensure that we move and are capable of having more global trade rules, that we work on WTO reform in order to ensure, first and foremost, predictability in international economic relations, which at the end of the day is what undermines also stable and resilient global supply chains. I think I'll leave it with that, introducing perhaps those more policy aspects into the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a lot of food for thought and almost a 10-point plan how to increase our trade resilience. And I'm glad that you pointed at the nexus between trade and investment. And later on today, we are also going to have the pleasure of welcoming Rebecca Greenspan from the UNCTAD, with whom we are also going to talk about this nexus. Let me now, because you already mentioned it, Denise, the TTC and the transatlantic relationship, I mean, so central to making us more resilient. So I hand over to Dan for your thoughts.
Great. Well, thanks very much, Stormy. Really great to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Yeah, in the transatlantic space, we've been very, very busy over the last 9 months. We've removed some significant trade irritants with respect to the WTO case on aircraft. Of course, the discussions on steel and aluminum, and sort of the threatened trade irritants as a result of the digital services tax. And in several of those instances, including with respect to the aircraft sector and steel and aluminum, we've started a process of determining how we can work together to face common challenges that we face, not only with respect to non-market economy policies and practices, which Denis mentioned, but also with respect to climate-related resilience. You're right to point out that the other thing that we've done over the past 6 months is to set up this US-EU Trade and Technology Council, and to have its first inaugural meeting in September. And that is, among other things, aimed at building a strong and resilient transatlantic market, especially with respect to high-tech and emerging products, a market that is as free as we can make it from unnecessary barriers to trade between us. And also, and very importantly, a market that reflects our values, which is very much, I think, related to the kind of resilience that you're talking about, which includes values of rule of law, transparency, market-oriented conditions, and also protection of labor rights. But not only, we're not only seeking to reinforce this transatlantic marketplace based on our values, but we are looking to work together to project those values globally and to collaborate very closely on some of the challenges that we in the United States face, and I think the EU considers that it faces as well, with respect to some of the effects of non-market economy and practices and policies in the global environment. Because these are policies that can very much affect our resilience, can very much affect the values that we want to project when it comes to issues like artificial intelligence and other topics that you're going to be discussing during this panel. I think it's going to be extremely important, and I think we're on a good path for us to work very closely with our European allies to build this transatlantic space, to focus on resilience in a market that reflects our values, and also work together to ensure that those values are projected internationally. And I think as I mentioned, I think we're off to a good start so far over the last 9 months.
Dan, if I may ask a follow-up question, you have seen up and downs in the transatlantic relationship. You have worked on TTIP, then you have not worked on TTIP during a period where it was a little bit more tricky, and now there seems to be a lot of positive dynamic again. Within the TTC, are you talking about artificial intelligence and how to jointly regulate new technologies like AI together?
I mean, there are going to be a range of topics in the TTC. It will focus clearly on the regulatory environment and how we address the regulatory challenges together. I mean, the question of joint regulation is jumping quite far ahead. I think what we can do now in the meantime is to make sure that whatever regulations or standards or guidelines are put forth in these areas of key emerging technology, make sure that they are done in a way that does not unnecessarily impinge on the free flow of goods and services between the U.S. and the EU, and also make sure that they push back against certain values that others have that we don't share. So I think very much in terms of making sure that we don't introduce unnecessary friction in the U.S.-EU relationship across the board in all emerging technologies, including AI and everything else. I think that will be very much a key focus. And as I say, it's sort of dual facing. We're focused very much on the bilateral relationship between the United States and the EU when it comes to these regulations and standards, but also the issues that we pursue globally as we pursue our joint global challenges.
Thank you so much for these insights. Let me now turn to Sandra. The German economy is extremely trade dependent. Trade to GDP, exports, imports, goods and services is more than 80%. So we were hit hard by the last couple of big economic crises which we faced. We benefit a lot from good times when trade is doing well. You have been following trade issues for a very, very long time, and for your party, I'm sure, also brought in some good ideas for the coalition agreement, for the coalition contract. Tell us a little bit about the German position on global value chains, and also certainly on technology and AI.
Yeah, thank you, Stormy, and thanks for being here today. And of course, I think the Liberal Party was always a very big friend from free trade agreements and trade in general. And I am really proud that one of my initiatives that I made a couple of months ago in the German Parliament, which was labeled Transatlantic Economic Area, became part of the coalition treaty. And that means that we have to let's say, find friends in the common sense of having the same values, sharing the same values, and going for, let's say, a transatlantic coalition. But the transatlantic means also, let's say, partners as Australia, New Zealand, and so on. But I just want to step once again to your first question, because there are a lot of very interesting things already said. But I have also made a very personal experience here in Germany. A couple of months ago, we had in my home state, Rhineland-Palatinate, a huge flood in one area where really the whole region more or less is destroyed, and also its infrastructure. And the government made up a fund with 30 billion euros to help the people immediately. There were a lot of help also from the private sector. But at the end, what we had to learn is that it's not always a question of money to come out of these problems. What I understood from a political side is that we cannot solve everything with money, but we need to understand that the people, the infrastructure, and the production capacity, which ultimately determine that we can build and consume. And so we really have to get our supply chains more resilient, also focus on these kind of points. Let's say, how can we get the people working in Germany? How can we make, for example, immigration law that helps also to find all the craftsmen, all the people who can build something, who can install. For example, in this region, what I learned, that we are not able to install heating systems because we don't have the people to install them. It's not also a question of the heating system. It's a big question of the people to do this. And this we also have, let's say, to focus when we are talking about supply chains. But also, I think Germany has to diversify, to find, as I said, a lot of countries which we can work together with the same values, but also not to keep the balance too high for the treaties. I have a little bit the fear that when we are asking too much from our partners, that we will not be able to find a common space to come quickly together. We really maybe have to get a small barrier and then come to agreement, and then after this set up the next step, and after this the next step. Like the European Union, it was not built as the European Union we know today. It started with a common market on coal, and therefore, I'm really a friend, a pragmatic friend, to say, let's do it really now, but step by step, and maybe not aiming too high.
Well, thank you so much, and also for bringing us back and remembering or reminding us how important resilience is for our everyday lives, really, by pointing at the floods. Has it now at NATO? You are used to doing crisis preparedness exercises. You're used to doing scenario exercises. More in the security area, I understand. Now we're talking about resilience in a much, much, much broader context. So how come that NATO is actually thinking about resilience in a very, very new kind of environment and kind of setting? And also, to pick up again my first question, what have you actually been observing with regard to value chains over the last month?
Well, thanks a lot, Stormy. Really good to be here. I wish I was in Berlin right now, given how rainy it is in Brussels. Maybe there's a chance that it's not as rainy in Berlin. But it's great to be here. I really benefited from hearing all of my colleagues on the panel with their different perspectives. I'll bring a defense and security perspective to this discussion, which I think is an interesting angle at this question of supply chains And to start with your first question, how did NATO, come to look at resilience? I think NATO has been thinking about civil preparedness and civil emergency planning for quite some time. This is a function that goes back to the 1950s, and civil emergency planning was a key part of our preparedness during the Cold War. I think many people in the audience that with memories will remember, the German civil defense and how it was linked to NATO's defense preparations during that period. But certainly, in the last, 6 years, there's been kind of a reawakening and a reframing of resilience at NATO, which is related to the ability of our societies to defend themselves. And the SecGen said it before the summit. He said, you can't have strong militaries without a strong society that underpins them. And I think that this changing security environment, certainly since 2014, has really brought this into light. And we keep learning lessons that we thought we had learned, but clearly some of them have been forgotten. But also this is new ground in a lot of ways. And this is where it kind of connects to the AI discussion, which I think is really interesting. And I'm taking notes as we go on some of the colleagues' views on these aspects. Really, this is about, fundamentally, it's about the things that allow the allies and the alliance itself to defend itself. And those are those critical components, materials, supplies, and other vital elements without which, we couldn't get off the ground or we couldn't get off the start line. I think that there's three kind of things that we have observed, over the last little while. Certainly my team here working on resilience, when this first started, I remember a little vignette. I remember, my colleague who works on joint health, disruptive health crises as a part of our resilience work. And he came and he showed me this WHO report from Wuhan and said, something is weird here. Something isn't right. And I remember running this up the flagpole and getting people to say, hey, this is just some faraway thing. 2 weeks later, we're in lockdown and everybody wants to know, what is this COVID thing and what does it mean? And so, those of us who work in this area have been really, as they say, don't let a good crisis go to waste. And we certainly haven't done that. I think we've been actively looking at what we could learn from this. And there's three things I think, that I want to talk about. One is the security implications of all of this and the importance of assured access, preparedness and planning for nations and for NATO as we look at some of these vulnerabilities. And here, emerging disruptive technologies like AI are increasing risks and opportunities in this space. And so I think we need to be alive to some of those issues. Secondly, how the military and our armed forces are dependent on the civil and commercial sector. And it was harder before COVID to make this argument because people would say, well, I think everything is okay, but COVID has been a generational disruption. And even our military colleagues are going, this could happen in other areas too. So we need to be alive to that. And I think also this importance of, this, I think some other colleagues have talked about it, kind of a sensitive political conversation, especially for NATO, because we don't, this is not our lane, I guess I could say, but this concern about dependence on foreign supply chains and foreign actors, and also the interdependencies. And this is something I want to pick up, the interdependencies between these sectors and how a cascade effect can be seen. And we saw that in some way in COVID-19, but this concern about interdependencies and cascading effects is something that's certainly on our mind. And as we look to consider, measures to protecting supply chains or building supply chain resilience, it does come back to, doing the peacetime preparedness and planning work that, never goes to waste, as we keep telling people. A dollar spent on preparedness is not a dollar that goes to waste, especially in the security environment that we're in. So I'll leave it at that. I'm interested in the discussion a lot. Thanks again for giving me the floor.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing your time with us. Let me come back to Martin. What we just heard from Hasit is that we are, at least in some technologies, some product, pretty dependent on individual suppliers. And we know this. in how far can technology really help us to, like AI, help us to identify vulnerabilities? Don't we know these vulnerabilities? Is it really an issue of technology, or is it more an issue of mindset and costs?
Yeah,
please.
No, it's a fair point. And in some ways, it's a combination of both. I mean, look, I think supply chains historically were designed and set up for the most part to minimize cost. And that often meant you constantly pursue the lowest cost sources and you work with the lowest cost inputs into the supply chain. And that created, in many cases, very, very interconnected global supply chains. Now, they are not going to go away. But what's happening now, and as we've heard, is we're no longer only going to solve just for cost. We're going to solve for resilience, customer centricity, and of course, sustainability. And that might lead to the emergence of supply chains that in some cases are regional, in some cases are located very, very close to what I'll call the customer or the point of demand. And to do that effectively, while still doing it in a cost-effective manner, emerging technologies around digitalization will come into play. I want to comment a little bit on artificial intelligence and machine learning, because on the one hand, these things can seem like buzzwords. And what do they really mean? What are they fundamentally? Historically, right, when perhaps we went to school, we learned that one way to model something is to develop kind of like a rough mathematical model or a theory or an equation that roughly predicts what happens in the real world. And you spend a lot of time trying to tweak that model so that it can explain the data. In some ways, machine learning flips that around, where we just look at the data and we're not married to the model. We let the patterns in the data describe and tell us what has happened, what is happening, what will happen, and perhaps even what should happen. So I almost equate it to the way, physicists that came in the late 1800s, early 1900s, they looked at data and said, wait a second, what Newton is saying in his theory isn't necessarily applied. It isn't necessarily correct. So they said, well, gosh, my data must be wrong. And then a few physicists came along and said, you know what? I think my data is right. Perhaps the model is wrong. And then, of course, a whole new branch of physics emerged as a result, and we're all familiar with that. And I think machine learning is a way to start looking at business problems in a very, very different way, and then applying that to the way decisions are made. So to answer your question, do we have this understanding today? Maybe. The answer often lies in the data, but can it be rendered to the point where the decisions are made in a way that people can take action? So whether you're trying to diversify your suppliers, or whether you are trying to better match supply and demand, whether you're trying to understand if something that you're seeing is an outlier effect or something genuinely real, this is where these digital technologies can come into play so that we understand and can model and really frame the supply chain. Ultimately, what we see, what I'll conclude with, is you end up with this digital twin of the real world, right? So you have the real world physical supply chain, you have a digital twin that is showing you what is actually happening. And in some cases, I say twin because you can even control the supply chain in the physical world by manipulating the parameters in this digital twin. So it's like a bidirectional flow of information between this digital rendering and the physical supply chain. So there's just a huge area of opportunity that we see supply chains capitalizing on and doing it in many cases quite successfully.
When I talked to economists in the beginning of this crisis, many told me, oh, gee, our models don't work, and we don't have models for what we are currently facing. And there was a lot of adapting to the crisis and a lot of learning. I said earlier on that I want to make this panel interactive and also bring in the audience, not just for Q&As, but also for a discussion. Now I'm looking, is Joanna still with us?
No, otherwise I would have brought her in for talking a little bit about also the ethics side. Do you have any questions in the audience, comments? And don't be shy. I know that it's always a little bit difficult when everybody is online. No. Okay, no problem. Then I bring in a couple of questions which have already been sent to us digitally, and also on the issue of modeling and how to use data, and if those models and the data really work. And for this, I want to hand over again to Marion, because I'm sure that you also had to adapt your models you're working with. What was your experience?
Yes, Stormy, I feared that you would direct that question to me. Indeed, the modeling world has been also under strain, just like supply chains, but already for quite some time, I would say. We are used in trade. We like to work with two types of models, so-called general equilibrium models, without knowing how they function. I think the term general equilibrium already suggests that it doesn't fit for the kind of crisis and disruption mode that we are currently in. So not necessarily the best fit to assess what is going on. Second, we use econometric type of models where we use past data. And also that is not the best way of dealing with situations where we have many and very frequent changes. So yes, we are looking at using different types of data, more real-time data. We are using at different types of models to make sure that we can fill data gaps and to make sure that we can look more into the short-term future and can deal with multiple and frequent changes in our predictions. We have to push economists sometimes out of their comfort zone for this. And I will also admit that we use different types of modelers, different type of expertise increasingly to do our economic modeling. One of the big changes that we observe when it comes to data is that whereas in the past, we were as economists, and I'm speaking about 10 years ago, mainly dealing with data available in the public sphere. The big owners of big data are currently private sector players. And this puts sometimes national governments and also international organizations like ours at a disadvantage. We have, of course, strengthened our collaboration with the private sector also when it comes to data. But my experience is that the private sector is as careful releasing data as governments may have been in the past. I would be very interested to hear Hazid's point of view and experience with this matter. So a lot going on there. Interestingly, and here I will close with this, when we recently organized a workshop, a conference on stress tests in supply chains with speakers from major global supply chains, interestingly, the issue of transparency and access to data came up very prominently, with the private sector asking for more information from governments and governments asking for more information from the private sector. So there's definitely more to be done to increase transparency and to make us all jointly better in reacting to crisis, preempting and being resilient.
Martin, keep that in mind. We come back to you in a second and ask you a little bit about the data and access to the data and transparency and sharing that data with governments, and also maybe sharing that data with governments in third countries. But I do have already more questions I want to pose, and the next one goes to Denise and Dan, and it is a question about the geopolitical conflicts we are now seeing in the trade and investment world. And one of our participants is asking, so what about them? How can we get out of them? And is technology something which could actually help? Or is it something which is going to intensify the conflicts we are currently seeing? Dan, would you like to start? And then Denise.
Yeah, sure. I think the newer technologies and the emerging technologies, I think they offer an opportunity for, especially for the United States and the European Union, to come together to a large extent, and agree on certain commonalities with respect to the technologies and regulation of those technologies, and I think also provides a model for bringing more international partners on board with some of the values that we share. So I think I do see the emergence of the new technologies, and especially the increased focus between the United States and the European Union on addressing those technologies. I see that as an opportunity to perhaps reduce some of the geopolitical tensions around the world. I mean, I think we both, understand that our particular values, and I listed some of those off: transparency, rule of law, market-oriented conditions. I think many of those values are those that can serve everybody well globally, and to the extent that we're able to work together on those in the context of new and emerging technologies, I think there's an opportunity for reducing some of the tensions that are out there.
Thank you so much. Over to Denise.
I think I'd add to what Dan just said, maybe the following two things. One is, in order to deal with the tensions and the possible spillover of geopolitics into geoeconomics or international economic relations, well, it's going to be very important to try to shore up the existing frameworks and institutions that enable that conversation to remain rules-based. So for us in Europe, shoring up those institutions, ensuring the return to the primacy of international economic law matters. Because again, it does provide at least a zone where everybody stays under one tent and is able to have a civilized conversation. So that is a first order priority from our point of view, because I think governments have a responsibility to avoid unnecessary de-integration of the global economy or fragmentation of the global economy. There's a large planks of the global economy which should remain increasingly integrated globally, because it makes sense to do that. On the other hand, I think there's a challenge on the policy side, which is to try to devise the right instruments and the right international cooperation to deal with a zone where trade and investment meets tech and security issues. And that zone exists. That zone actually may be in the future a zone where there is some necessary partial decoupling or fragmentation. It may be the case. There might be sound security and public order reasons for having controls over trade or investment flows in these specific areas. And there again, here, the like-minded countries at a minimum would be best advised to cooperate to ensure the convergence, at least of their approaches in this area, again, to avoid unnecessary trade and investment tensions in that zone as well. That is one area, a set of areas. Whether you're talking about export controls or you're talking about foreign direct investment screening for security purposes, which again can be the subject of a useful transatlantic conversation, and the structures have been established for that under the Trade and Technology Council, inter alia, building on a history of engagement between the EU, national member states, and the United States, among others, in this space as well.
None of you, and I didn't expect that, none of you said that reshoring and a complete decoupling is the answer to the challenges we are facing. But coming back to you, Sandra, a country which is so dependent on trade can also be very resilient, but also very vulnerable. So what is, or what should, from your point of view, that is a question which just came in, how should Germany reduce its dependencies, diversify, and become more resilient?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, let's say what already Dennis told a couple of minutes before, that the reform of our institutions, as the WTO, for example, is very important to get, let's say, a basis to have a cooperated or cooperation for setting standards. I think to keep our strengths and really to have the ambition to get a leader in this global competition for having common standards, for example. This is the best way to fight these problems. And we share our interests, we share our values, democratic values with Canada, with the United States, and so on. And this really we have to push to get a strong union. And let's say, I think this is the biggest point to fight against China, to my point of view. Other point, what means the resilience of supply chains? I think from a political side, we have 3 open points. I still once again want to get in with the skilled workers. This is a very big point that we have via training, via long life learning, but also immigration, the necessary people in Germany. But also, second point, infrastructure is very important. Digital infrastructure, we already talked about it, but also energy infrastructure is a big point. And third is all the bureaucratic hurdles we have in Germany, but also in the European Union. I think we really have to have a look at this and make it a little bit easier for the companies, because I think the companies, they know very well how to face the concurrence in a global context, but we really have to support them and make it easier for the companies to do their work. I think these 3 points are really important.
Thank you so much. Coming back to the issue of the stress testing and the data, which is necessary for this. One question goes to you, Hazit. One of our participants is interested in getting to know a little bit better how NATO is doing scenario exercises and stress tests to find where we are particularly vulnerable.
Thanks a lot, Stormy, for relaying that question. I think these are things that allies are beginning to get their heads around. How we do this sort of together is still something that takes a bit of effort to get people to look at. We have a usual sort of annual crisis management exercise where we bring in more elements like this to get people thinking about some of these challenges. And you can expect in the years to come, there will certainly be more of this added to stress test exactly how a supply chain shock in a crisis could affect the way the alliance, for example, makes decisions, or how it interacts with different nations, including how it interacts with its partners. These are things that are on the agenda. I think a lot of this is also happening within nations who are looking at different elements of wargaming or scenario-based discussions or stress testing, where they are bringing some of these elements in, combining them, and essentially forcing people to think through the problem set. I think part of the problem with COVID, for example, was a failure of imagination. We didn't really understand until we were in the middle of it, what the impact could be. And remember, COVID is actually quite a mild pandemic given the overall scale of potential pandemics that are out there. So I think that part of, take the point very, very well, that stress testing is really important. Part of the problem, of course, is that from a bureaucratic point of view, many of our countries' bureaucratic cultures don't do well with stress testing. People don't want to realize, well, I can't do this well. They don't want to be called out to say, well, you didn't do well on that. So building a culture of exercising is something we talk a lot about at NATO with the allies, that it is important to exercise to failure, to pressure yourself. You can keep those results confidential, absolutely, but use that kind of an example to get your people, your leaders, your decision shapers, your private sector thinking about these issues. And I think that's kind of the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, nobody likes to point out their own vulnerabilities. And I think it also comes down to trust, to trusting each other. In my very opening remarks for this conference, I quoted the G7 who agreed or who vowed last summer that the G7 would work on resilience and build back better. And I can also remember, however, when I was part of the economic resilience panel of the UK G7, when we proposed stress tests and joint exercises, there was a lot of hesitancy. And one of the arguments which I heard was, we could do this, but we also don't have the data for this. We don't have the data from the private sector because this also comes down to competitiveness. And we are not so keen on sharing this. So for our last round, because this is also a question being asked, I want to come back to Martin and to Marion on the issue of, do we have that data? Do companies have that data? Would you be willing to share that data? Under what circumstances? So that actually technologies and systems could really be employed. Martin.
Yeah, I mean, I think data can mean many things, right? So there are many different types of data. So it's difficult to make broad brush statements. We do have to recognize, though, you hear sayings like data is the new oil. What does that really mean? Data is an asset. It is an asset that companies, of course, have to create or build up in a legally compliant way. It has to be done in an ethical way, fulfilling the expectations set with the generation of that data, where the data is coming from. You have to respect all of the necessary privacy laws. Companies have built information, and in some cases they build business models that are unique, that are in part profitable because they leverage that underlying data and information. That may or may not be the same data that's used for these types of stress tests. So one can ask, some companies might feel like it's in their best interest to reveal and share either the source data or the results of that data, assuming that they can do so in a legally compliant and ethical way. I think the important thing is not so much what is the theory behind whether the data can be shared, but what are we really what's the question that's trying to be answered, and really engaging with customer or companies on that level, which could, of course, be a question around what is the resilience, how stress tested is their particular supply chain.
Thank you so much. And also for answering my very general, or our very general question in a more specific and differentiated way. Over to Marion. What can the OECD do to allow for better, easier data sharing?
I think we can report on one of the best examples of how useful transparency can be. After the great financial crisis, the G20 asked international agencies to build an international information platform on food. And we built something called AMIS, the Agricultural Market Information System, that provides information on stocks, harvests, prices, and trade for major crops. And when the pandemic started, the COVID-19 pandemic, and tensions in markets arose, certain countries were considering to block exports of food. Markets were becoming nervous, prices were going up. We could jointly, international agencies together, communicate that there was no need for panic, that there was no need to act against each other, that markets should be kept open. And that's what happened. And during the first years of the pandemic, the food markets did not pose any problem for the economy. So this shows the power of transparency. It gives everybody equal opportunity to make risk assessments and to decide on their action, and it raises trust. What we have done so far more generally when it comes to supply chains is to raise the importance of this issue in our tool for resilient value chains, resilient supply chains. If you Google it, you will find that tool. We have one item called Build Trust. And under that item, we emphasize the collaboration of the public sector with the private sector. In moments of crisis, strong collaboration is important, including around data in order to raise transparency.
Thank you so very much. Since we started a couple minutes late, I'm giving us a couple more minutes for the last round. We said earlier that there are different parts of building resilience. And a very important part is identifying the risks we are talking about. So I don't want to end this panel in a very pessimistic way, but in a realistic way. And what I would like to ask all of you, with a very brief and short answer, what do you think are the greatest risks or the great risk the value chains are facing, which we really have to work on? And maybe we do start in a reversed order. Let us start with Marion.
Thank you, Stormy. We don't like to talk about risks because there is such a self-fulfilling prophecy risk around this. There is definitely has been in the past years a lot of policy uncertainty. That's not good for planning in business. So stability and collaboration among governments is something that will help supply chains. We have seen health risks unfolding. I'm not sure to which extent that is entirely under control. There's a lot of discussion about possible climate disruptions. And then there are, in addition, potential risks coming from finance or from digital disruptions. So the possibilities of disruptions are plenty. We have gone through a period where we have seen quite a bit of shocks. I mentioned the global financial crisis. There has been a tsunami in the meantime. In the Asian region that has disrupted supply chains some 10 years ago. We have gone through a lot of policy changes and now a pandemic. As societies, we have to manage to work together, remain together in order to be resilient in the face of these types of risks. And there, I think I'm with Hasid, that's something we have to learn and to be prepared for in order to cope well with what is coming up in the next years. But overall, I will definitely want to remain optimistic and believe that we will manage.
Yeah, thank you so much for also pointing at self-fulfilling prophecies and how important that is to consider when you do crisis communication. But that's for another panel. Over to you, Denise.
I think I would agree that we have to be mindful of geopolitical risks and various policy-induced distortions, and I can't say this from a government perspective. And on the other side, I think on the EU side, we very much trust the private sector to be capable of working on the resilience of supply chains and to be able, and I think it has already happened, to reassess and when necessary, reprice risks. So I wouldn't overemphasize the risks, or rather the inability, frankly, of market forces to actually adapt to these risks, and therefore create a situation which does not necessitate, in terms of the resilience of supply chains, a massive further government intervention in the economy. That's not how we're looking at the issues and the prospects in the near term.
Thank you very much. Martin.
I think many of the risks have already been stated. So I guess what I would say is a risk is that we collectively misjudge the probability of an event moving from being a risk to something that actually happens. And so failure to really assess and capture the likelihood of that risk and whether it needs to be planned accordingly, to me, I could see being a point of vulnerability.
Thank you so much. Hasid?
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, to applaud Marion's philosophical approach to this. I think it's important to think about, what we can do to help mitigate crisis. And really, that's a lot of what, working in resilience is all about. It's about, building your own preparation. And of course, that requires a bit of a pessimistic approach at times. I have a feeling I'm sometimes the Cassandra of my wing here in the headquarters, where I'm always wondering about, well, what could go wrong? But I guess from a NATO perspective, we do look at this from an all hazards perspective, that preparedness is something that you need, in generic terms across these different areas of risk. But I would venture that geopolitical risk, I think, is an issue that we need to look out for. It is something that is back on the radar screen, if I can use the analogy, and something that we do need to look at. I'd say that the pandemic has definitely shown that this new environment that we're in, especially with climate-related risk or evolving pandemics, potentially could also be something that we need to be better prepared and think about. But I would very much applaud and echo what Marian said about the need for stability and collaboration. And that element of collaboration and transparency, could not agree more with that in terms of the importance of assuring the public, assuring our partners, and I think very effectively building trust among like-minded allies and partners that are on the same side of dealing with a potential crisis or vulnerability.
Thank you.
Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And Dan.
Thanks. I would say horizontally, although it may be challenging to identify particular risks with respect to particular products or issues, but horizontally, I think the big risks come from the underlying challenge of non-market economy policies and practices in the global environment. As Denise said, the market will take care of a lot of these things, but not if there's a big thumb on the scale. So I think that's a big challenge that I think will help address and anticipate potential risks.
Thank you so much. Sandra, unfortunately, already had to go. I'm very sure you all remember Rumsfeld's words on the knowns and the unknowns and the unknown unknowns and the known knowns. You know all of this. So I hope that artificial intelligence will help us to better identify the unknown unknowns. And I hope, to come back to the panel we started with, that we ourselves and our changes in mindset help us to address the risks we already know. So the known unknowns, which we know about, but which we decide not to act upon for whatever reasons. So I think it comes down to technology and us, human decision making. Thank you so much for this really excellent panel. I think we covered a lot of ground. We will now, thank you so much for the panelists, and please give them a big applause. And if you can see our digital audience, they just raised their digital hands and did this. Thank you so very much for being here today. We do a 20 minutes break now to air out this room, to clean it through, and for you to get a coffee and also clean out. So thanks so much, and see you in 20 minutes time. So we would love to continue with our exciting program. And with this, I would say we start and we are back. And it is a particular pleasure welcoming to you a very, very special guest for our Spotlight talk on global digital governance and international trade. And it is a great pleasure, Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, to welcome you today to our conference on resilience, artificial intelligence. And we just had a wonderful panel where we talked about the resilience of global value chains. Now we want to hear from you and from trade and from the UNCTAD and what you are doing. What you are observing in international trade and international investment. And without further ado, I don't want to do lengthy introductions because you can say everything so much better. I hand it over to you. The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, yeah, we do have an audience here, so it's...
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers of the Aspen Institute Berlin conference and to the distinguished panelists and alumni and and everybody there that is accompanied us. So really it's an honor to be here with you today, delivering this spotlight talk on global digital governance and international trade. As was said, my name is Rebecca Greenspan. I am the new Secretary General of UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. And you know that UNCTAD over the years has proudly shone a light on the complex dynamics of the topic at hand. And it is my duty today to do justice to our devoted research, hoping as well to learn from you, from all these bright minds at the Aspen conference. My spotlight talk today is divided in 3 parts. First, I will give you a brief overview of the state of the world with respect to trade and investment as I see it now. Second, I will share with you some UNCTAD's thought leadership on the emerging issue of digital governance and international trade, with a specific focus on the issue of data flows. And lastly, I will propose some potential multilateral solutions that can produce more inclusive outcomes in this area. So let me start with the current context. Despite recent headwinds, UNCTAD expects the global economy to bounce back with GDP growth of 5.3% this year. This is the fastest growth we have had in 50 years. So we are not talking about a small rebound, we are talking about a robust rebound. But this number, however, is very deceiving because this 5.3 rate of growth is simply an average. And as you know, we live in a very unequal world. And when there is great inequality, averages hide more than they reveal. The truth is much more complex and much less rosy for many of the countries of the world. And to remember Dickens, this is really a tale of 2 recoveries. Apart from China, most developing countries will recover much more slowly and will suffer more long-term damage than advanced countries due to this crisis. So the risk of a lost decade for many developing countries is real. We calculate the total cost of the pandemic for developing countries, including foregone income, at $13 trillion. In many advanced countries, this cost in the long term is almost negligible. Let me give you two examples. In the case of Germany, the IMF estimates that by 2025, German GDP will be just 0.8% lower than what it would have been. And in the case of the US, it will be higher, precisely because of the very important fiscal and monetary packages that have been put forward. Yes. Now, this is not $13 trillion in foregone income that the developing countries will experience. So let me go into some details in terms of trade and investment. You know, world trade, as everybody knows, has been greatly affected by COVID-19 pandemic. And the international flow of goods and services dropped around 5.6% last year. And international investment, and this is very important to take into account, international investment dropped 35%. Developing countries are bearing the brunt of these drops. According to our research, announced greenfield investments projects in developing countries fell by 44% in 2020. More worrisome is that everything fell. It was not only foreign investment, it was domestic investment, it was public and private domestic investment that were also seriously affected. It's very important for our subject of digitalization and bringing, more modern infrastructure to these countries, because precisely that is what was most affected, particularly in key sectors for achieving the SDGs. So as a result, we lost much of the progress in promoting such investments for SDGs that happened since 2015. So we lost the progress that we have made in 1 year. Yes, many countries, as you know, Latin America, for example, went back 2 decades in terms of extreme poverty last year, 2 decades. So there is something wrong in what we are calling development when you lose 2 decades of progress in 1 year. Yes, so let's say it's true, and I think that the good news is that trade and investment since then rebounded. The recovery of the global economy, has been strong, but still, too divergent in terms of the countries. The second point is that the recovery of the global economy is really threatened by high freight rates and the disruption of the global value chains, which is likely to continue in coming months. This was the subject of the last panel, yes, so I won't go into much detail in here. But in terms of the freight rates, let me say that according to our calculations, increased shipping costs may add to inflation 1.5%. Yeah, 1.5%. And the problem, the additional problem to that is already really high, yes, by any standards. But the thing is that, for example, in small island developing states, this will be not 1.5, but 7.5%, affecting food and essential imports in many of these countries. So there are many reasons behind the rise in shipping costs, and I don't have time to go into all of them. There are supply factors and there are demand factors. I would say that in the supply side, we have higher energy costs. We have lower turnaround times at ports because ports cannot work 24/7 because of the health conditions and the sanitary, restrictions. And there are key parts of the global supply chain that continue to have COVID outbreaks. And we are seeing that precisely now with the new variant. So in the global side, for, the global demand for goods is much higher than it was in pre-COVID times, particularly in the advanced economies and in the US. So if you put these factors together, we have bottlenecks in the supply side to meet the same level of demand that we had before. And on top of that, demand also is much higher. And in the demand side, it has been said many times, the largest stimulus packages in many advanced countries is something to be considered because money was sent to the households, and that is good because allowed households to really face the shortages in the decrease in income. But a bigger factor is a secular change in consumer patterns. And we know that e-commerce raised a lot because of the lockdowns, and that produced a shift in the demand, favoring goods instead of services. So the money couldn't be spent in restaurants, so it was spent in things that you buy online. So all these factors are really pushing the cost increases in transport since the demand for goods went up around 20%. Yes. So all these factors are affecting different parts of the world, and we think that for this to go away, we will have to go for investment that is medium term, not short term. So there are not very quick fixes for most of this, but what we have to bear in mind is that we have to differentiate the impact in the different countries to take the right decisions. So let me go to the second part in terms of governance and the data divide. So as we know, last year we will be remembered, among other things, as the year people went online like never before. The great lockdown was also the great upload. Yes, in regions like Latin America, for example, e-commerce grew in 9 months what investors expected to be in 3 years. Yeah. So the share of e-commerce in global retail sales surged from 16 to 19% in 2020. And the share of digitally deliverable services in global services exports went from 52% to 64%. This also boosted data traffic. Yes, global internet bandwidth rose by 35% in 2020. The largest one-year increase almost in the last decade. So as a result, never have people's lives been so dependent on access to real-time data and technology. From monitoring and controlling the spread of the pandemic and the way we carry out our daily activities, such as working, studying, shopping, to the manner through which scientists have been able to develop new vaccines in record time. So this is another lesson from this crisis. We have really a success in science and really a failure in governance. And you know, we have to preclude that this will be also the story in the digital economy. Yeah. Now, beyond issues of technology infrastructure, this increased reliance on data is also generating concerns. And we have to talk about the concerns too. For example, related to privacy infringements, implications for national security, and the possibility of the criminal abuse of data. For example, a Cisco survey in 2020 found that 60% of people expressed concerns about their data being protected in the apps that are tracing their activities and that even were used for the pandemic. So there is a mistrust being built that may affect a lot what we want to achieve. Not surprisingly, data has emerged as a key economic and strategic source. There is today a race for economic and strategic leadership in terms of harnessing data, with the United States and China as the clear front runners. Let me give you some numbers on this because they are very striking, you know. China and the US account for half of the world's hyperscale data centers, half. They account for 70% of the artificial intelligence talent. And they account for 90% of the market capitalization of the largest digital platforms. So, for example, only 4 companies, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, Google, and Alibaba, account for 2/3 of the world cloud infrastructure revenues, not only flows, revenues. And only 5 platforms, Alibaba, Amazon, Facebook, Google, and Tencent, receive more than 70% of global digital advertisement. So the concentration that we are seeing in the industry is something that we have to take into account for any governance proposal for the future. Most developing countries and most smaller businesses obviously have limited capacities to transform data into business opportunities and into economic and social development. So this places us at a disadvantage in a world economy that is becoming increasingly digitalized. In a word, the conventional connectivity-related divide, digital divide, is rapidly being compounded by a growing data divide. It's not only digital, it's a data divide. The extent to which people use the internet range from more than 80% in Europe to less than 30% in Africa. And the use is even lower in rural areas. We know that. And we know that less than half of the least developed countries have data protection and privacy laws in place. Many developing countries also lack the relevant skills and other resources to make productive use of data collected. So what I want to say is that in this new configuration, developing countries risk becoming mere providers of raw data to global digital platforms, while paying for the digital intelligence obtained from their data. So let me put an example of oil. This is the same as oil producers giving their petrol for free and then paying for the gasoline. And that is an asymmetry that we will have to face. This is like a new way of reprimarization of the economies without any revenue, yes? So this brings me to the last part of my talk, the problem of global digital governance and international data flows. So the issue could not be more important. Data can be used to generate a lot of social value and also private profits. Both are true. How large these benefits will be, how large the social value will be, and how they will be shared depends greatly on the rules agreed upon to govern data and data flows, and on our capabilities to transform data into digital intelligence for the common good. In fact, how we handle data will to a great extent affect our ability to meet the sustainable development goals themselves. A growing numbers of international agreements are dealing with data flows. The international debate on digital governance is currently at an impasse, reflecting diverging views and positions. Current regulatory frameworks tend to be either too narrow in scope or too limited geographically. With the EU, the US and China, the world's three largest economies, each dealing differently with the issue with different emphasis. Some emphasize the role of the state, the others emphasize the role of the private sector, and others emphasize the role of the citizens in the governance architecture. So we need a new balanced global approach to data governance that meets a middle ground solution. Extreme positions on cross-border data flows will not be helpful. Let me say that up front, yes? As neither strict data localization nor fully free data flows are likely to satisfy most countries' development objectives. So global governance is important that will avoid further fragmentation of the internet and will enable global data sharing to mitigate widening inequalities, to enhance trust in the digital economy, and to deal with the market dominance of some digital platforms. As of today, no one has all the answers on how to deal with this. And there is certainly no one-size-fits-all solution. What is needed now is for us to come together across nations, across disciplines, and across stakeholder groups to engage in structured policy dialogue that facilitate progress in this area. We believe that the United Nations is the best platform for this dialogue to take place, as it involves all relevant parties and relies on universal membership. So, dear friends, it is more important than ever to embark on a new path for digital and data governance. The current fragmented data landscape is the worst of all possible worlds. We risk missing out from the huge social value digital technologies offer, and to lose whatever we have gained through privacy breaches and cyber attacks. Fragmentation only helps those who do well in a world without rules. For this, we need coordination, we need leadership, and we need basic agreements. So, as in the case of climate change and pandemics, only a global response can develop appropriate governance framework. And the process of developing such frameworks should start now. Here again, to deal with data and its opportunities and risks requires a global response. I thank you.
Madam Secretary General Rebecca, I can only say wow. When we were planning this conference, I told my team I want to have her in the conference because I don't want to make this a discussion just among Western developed countries, but I want to make this into a global discussion. And thank you so much for sharing your insights. Since we do have the pleasure of having a real audience here, I want to ask our audience, I think we have time for maybe 2 questions to take the opportunity to ask Rebecca a couple of questions. And I also, yes, please. And the mic is coming.
Thank you very much. My name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm a professor emeritus, and I was a member of the ICANN board and the Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace. You mentioned the UN as the main platform for a global governance system. Is the roadmap on digital cooperation proposed by Secretary General Guterres the right way? And what do you expect from the proposed Global Digital Compact?
Thank you so much. What I also want to do in our conference, linking the different panels with each other. So, Joanna, may I call on you? And we do have to disinfect the mic in between. That's why it always takes a second.
Okay. Science-based. Sorry, a bit ironic there. I was blown away by the talk. Thank you so much. I did have a question towards the end when you talked about that we have to do this without rules, because I guess it depends. Obviously, the international community is in some sense an anarchy, but there are some kinds of rules and structures. And the EU has shown ways that you can coordinate within nations sometimes too, or within groups of nations. So I was wondering, is it really with no rules at all, or is there something we can do to create? I mean, you said we had to have agreements instead of rules, but I guess I was confused about the structures, is there anyone who can provide some kinds of rules?
Okay, and just 1 second, because one thing I always also like to do is giving our young ESPEN members the opportunity, our Nachwuchs, to ask a question to somebody who they wouldn't usually meet. Linda or Ina or Annika, do you want to ask Rebecca a question? Don't be shy. I guess they're too shy. All right, then we turn it back to you.
Okay. First, to Wolfgang's question is very important. First of all, Wolfgang, I think that it's very important that this issue was put forward by the Secretary General in his proposal of our common agenda, looking for the future. And he calls it our common agenda. And a big part of that had to do not only, as I said, with the digital divide, but with all the implications. And that's why I really dig further in the data flow problem. So I think that the Secretary General understands that this was not dealt with in the SDGs agenda. And it's not that our common agenda is a different thing, but it brings a more futuristic perspective to issues that can be very important for our common future, as the Secretary General says. And in a way, I really think that we need to go beyond the Global Digital Compact. I have to be honest in here. Because, for example, we need the scientists to come and help us in understanding what is happening and what are the regulations and evidence-based and of what are the solutions for the future with respect to what I referred to. But the scientists are all in different places, and many of them in the industry, yes, in the platforms. It's the same that happened with the environmental problem, yes, where when we gather the scientific crowd around finding solutions and giving us the evidence with respect to the environment and climate change, we were able to go ahead in many of the solutions and draft the agreements that we need to go further. I think that we need to do the same this time. It's not only, a global compact negotiation. We need to put together all what is needed to really go deeper into the problem that we are facing. Because at the end, there is this concentration of power also that is happening. And it's also a democratic question, that the one that we are facing. It has to be multidimensional. It has to be multi-stakeholder. It has to be a complex, unfortunately, complex for the solutions to be the right ones. So I think that it has to receive more attention. And I think that the academic world has to come much stronger, in this, really to give us, the practitioners and the politicians of the world, a more thoughtful, research to go ahead. So I think that we have to go beyond, in short, of the Global Digital Compact. It's important, but we have to go farther. With respect to the second question, I didn't hear the name, but I'm sorry, probably my Spanish English was in the way here. But my words were, fragmentation only helps those who do well in a world without rules. I am all for rules and agreements, all for rules and agreements. They have to be intelligent rules, yes, and they have to be intelligent regulations. And remember, I come from a small country, so small countries, we only will survive in a rules-based world, yes? We won't be able to protect ourselves in the power game, with a power game world. We need agreements, rules, and regulations.
Thank you very, very much. And the person who asked that question was Joanna Bryson, who is a professor at the Hertie School here in Berlin for technology and ethics. So, Rebecca, I know that you do have to leave. Thank you so very, very much. I'm a great fan of UNCTAD, and I laud the work you're doing on investment screening, investment protection, but also particularly on digital trade. And I always tell my business colleagues, do look more at UNCTAD, not just at the WTO. I'm pretty sure that you have now a lot more fans in this audience. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. And
with this, we do need to do a
very short 5-minute break. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Because we need a new setup up here, because we have one of our panelists in person, and our moderator is also going to be here in person. I heard that he runs a couple minutes late, so bear with us. He's going to be here. He's in the cab. He's on his way. And then we are going to start maybe a few minutes late. So we are running a couple minutes late, but we want to continue in our program. And we will just wait a couple more minutes for our on-site audience to come back into the room. We already said here, the coffee and the little snacks are too good outside. In Germany, we would say, die Teilchen zum Kaffee sind zu gut. Und wenn man es österreichisch sagen würde, würde das noch viel charmanter klingen.
Wie heißt es da? Sahnestückchen.
Sahnestückchen.
Ja, oder die Zuckerl.
Zuckerl. Aber das Mikro ist schon an, das schweige ich lieber.
Ja, und wir haben noch so ein ganz klein bisschen, glaube ich, Rauschen oder Echo. And I'm also seeing a very special guest who has just arrived, Gabriela Ramos, one of our keynote speakers for tomorrow, who is going to join us also for the dinner tonight. Thank you so much, Gabriela, for already being here. And we selected a seating neighbor to you, the prior director of the Aspen Institute, and to keep you company. So we continue with our conference, and for this we can open again our Zoom room so that we will also see our two digital panel participants. And there we go. And with this, this is not my show. This is Matt's show. And with this, I hand over to the moderator of this panel, Matt Kanischnik, and you are Chief Europe Correspondent, Politico. And thank you so much for making time joining us today and taking over the moderation. This is the time for me to watch, enjoy, and to relax.
Well, thank you, Stormy, for the invitation. It's great to be with all of you here in what I suspect will be one of the last in-person events of this year, unfortunately. Obviously, those of you tuning in online aren't here in person, but nonetheless, you can feel a bit of the in-person vibe, hopefully. We're going to be discussing what is really one of the most important issues of our time. And I love the title of this session. It could be a Politico headline, Friends or Foe, Digital Sovereignty and the EU-US-China Triangle. And to join us to discuss this, we have really a top-flight transatlantic panel here. I will start on the other side of the Atlantic to introduce Molly Montgomery, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State at the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs in Washington. We also have Renaud Fedel from France, who's a Ministerial Coordinator for Artificial Intelligence in France. And to my right here, live in Berlin, we have Roderich Kiesewetter, a member of the German Bundestag, and more importantly, a colonel in the Bundeswehr, or former colonel, retired colonel. Once a colonel, always a colonel, as they say. So I would like to start off to get the discussion going here with a, kind of more general question to all three of you. And as I said at the outset, this is an issue that I think is top of mind both in Washington and certainly in Europe at the moment. And in June of this year, as many of you in the audience will remember EU Commission President von der Leyen and President Biden officially launched what is known as the EU-US Trade and Technology Council, which is a very difficult idea to get your head around if you don't know the details. But the point of it was to affirm cooperation across the Atlantic on this field that we're discussing today. So maybe just to start briefly with you, Molly, from an American perspective, what do you think are the most pressing digital issues at the moment where you could imagine a closer cooperation between Europe and the US, and where is that most needed?
Absolutely. Well, and first of all, thanks, Matt, for moderating, and thanks to Stormy and the entire Aspen team. It's great to be with you here today, although I wish it could certainly be in person. We think the Trade and Technology Council is a really exciting development, and the initial ministerial earlier this fall really demonstrated its potential and the broad array of issues on which we seek deeper cooperation with the EU. But to answer your question directly, I think number one for us at the moment really is finding a resolution to Privacy Shield and its successor agreement that is going to provide certainty to the thousands of businesses and research institutions that rely on transatlantic data flows, and that really is going to be a durable solution that protects privacy, facilitates data flows, and ensures our collective security. Second, I would just say that we're really seeking closer alignment and cooperation on tech regulation. We recognize that we won't always agree in terms of the approach, but I think our objectives have a lot in common, particularly in the Biden administration. And so we believe it's really important for us to work toward complementary, risk-based, innovation-friendly approaches to regulating the tech market, and that we really need to ensure that we have interoperability and compatibility between our regulatory legal systems on both sides of the Atlantic. And then finally, I would just say that we need to work together to preserve and defend our vision of the internet as open, interoperable, secure, and reliable for our citizens. And that also means ensuring the development and deployment of sensitive emerging technologies is done in a way that strengthens our democracies and institutions and defends against authoritarian approaches such as the PRCs. So I could go on, but I'll stop there and look forward to talking more about the TTC.
Yes, exactly. We've got plenty of time, but I would like to come to kind of an opening impression also from Renaud, because listening to Molly, it sounds like, well, this should be pretty easy. We can all kind of get going on this tomorrow, but it is actually quite complicated because there are differing views on a lot of these issues. How do you see things from Paris, Renaud, in terms of transatlantic cooperation on the digital frontier?
Well, we both have been challenged in 2017 by other competitors in the field of AI and digital that claim to be at the forefront of digital innovation in 2030. And I think we need to take both necessary steps to remain Europe and our ally in the United States and Canada at the frontier of the technological wave. That means to have and to train more talent, to retain them, to attract more capital, to invest more, and also to strengthen our markets. We in Europe, we clearly are, at the moment are lagging behind, and there are some imbalances are for us to resolve. For instance, our digital market maybe not be unified enough, and at the same time we also need to correct imbalances in our relation, for instance, with North America. Today in Europe, there are some very powerful companies who act as gatekeepers, and sometimes they don't always refrain from a kind of oligopolistic behavior. So there is this new legislation drafted by the Commission, which is very important. And also, I wish we would spend much less time with the hassle of dealing with unilateral legislations, dealing with data, and these kind of legislation take a lot of time and energy that we could focus more on acting together in order to tackle the challenges of the future. As the Trade Council, which was very interesting setup, we have a common understanding, both at the OECD and GPI. There has been a mapping of the principle, but now we need to get more to the bottom of things. The AI Act is doing it in one way. The NIST and the US are doing it in another way. But I think even if on one side there's legislation and on the other side there's voluntary normalization, I think we need to work together, because we know that AI, for instance, needs a lot of re-engineering methods due to its statistical nature. So that's a lot of work, and I think we can overcome our difference of approaches and getting these things done. That's what I wanted to say introductorily.
Okay, thank you very much. Roderick, when the TTC was announced back in June, a lot of people looked at it and said, well, there isn't as much sort of meat on the bone there as a lot of people were calling for. How do you see this situation? What do you think the focus should be here?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed also for the invitation. I really feel delighted also because it is in the representation of my home country, Baden-Württemberg. So thanks a lot. Nevertheless, we need to look more European and more transatlantic. Therefore, I really would align myself. Germany cannot afford to be in a position of arbitrariness. And therefore, the latest IT law, the IT security law, which passed in April this year, was quite outspoken. Nevertheless, it was delayed for more than 1 year, which gave room to those who supported some Chinese devices in this. So what we need is a clear position aligned with our European neighbors, and we need a stronger transatlantic cooperation. Why? We cannot only create new bodies like the Alliance of Like-Minded Nations or the Alliance of Liberal Democracies. We also need to foster this, as just Mr. Vidal mentioned, to create a common market for these security devices. And we also need inside Germany, for example, a clear announcement of some business, of some enterprises which are in contact with Chinese business, and that they also bring up it to the government. And therefore it is also important that we need to notify the government if there are signed some new contracts for critical 5G components. So in this context, I believe that with the new law, Germany is aligned much closer with Paris and with Washington than it was in the past. And therefore, I believe that the new government will have to develop this even clearer. We need also for our economy clarity, and also we need that there is a chance that we Europeans exchange much more amongst each other on the European level, and we need, with the view of more transatlantic cooperation, some levels of engagement where we have the chance to exchange not only views, but to create common standards. So this, I think, is a better position than we had 2 years ago.
Molly, what do you think of that? Do you think that we're moving towards really common standards here? Because I think in Europe, a lot of people look at what has come out of Washington on these issues over the past couple of years, and they think, well, the U.S. just wants Europe to do what the U.S. wants Europe to do. And if that's not using Huawei 5G, then the expectation is that everybody drop it. And Roderick was talking about the situation in Germany at the moment, but there's also language in the German law which would allow for some use of Huawei components. So it's a long-winded way of asking you, what does the U.S. really want of Europe right now on this front?
Absolutely. Well, I would say zooming back out to the triangle that's really in the title of this panel, I think what we're really focused on is ensuring that the shape of that triangle reflects our common values and the fact that we are much, much closer to each other, even when we have differences, than we are to authoritarian regimes. And I would say specifically the PRC, but also Russia and others. And so That's why we've really focused on the TTC, but also conversations bilaterally to try to have really a constructive approach to talking about regulation that is originating in the EU, whether that is the DSA and the DMA or the AI Act or the EU's Cloud Act, to try to find complementary approaches, because we recognize that whether it's on 5G, standard setting, AI, investment screening, supply chains, we really do have common interests, and we need to be working together because we are, facing the same sorts of challenges. And so overall, I would say that is very much the approach of the Biden administration. I won't speak for the previous administration. I think certainly the tone has changed. But on issues like 5G, I will say that a commonality, even though that tone has changed and we've really turned a page in transatlantic relations and certainly bilateral relations with Germany, we do continue to really sound the alarm in terms of the risks that are posed by untrusted vendors in critical communications technologies, and that just can't be mitigated. So, but we continue to have those conversations bilaterally in a constructive and respectful way, and really look forward to working particularly with the new German government as it develops its approaches to all of these issues.
Renaud, coming back to your specialty, which is artificial intelligence, obviously, your country adopted this artificial intelligence strategy back in 2018, which I think by European standards makes you pioneers in this regard. And just to review for people who aren't familiar with the strategy, it has three main objectives, which are to strengthen the attraction of talent and investment, to pull people in from outside France as well in this area, to disseminate AI and data in the economy, and to promote an ethical model of AI, which, as we know, might be the biggest challenge of all here. But looking back over the sort of nearly 3 years that you've been doing this now in France, how would you say this strategy has developed so far?
Well, I wouldn't claim France is especially original or pioneer. Germany has done its own strategy, Sweden, the Netherlands, and then there has been the coordinated EU plan revised in April this year. What I think is the future of industry will be based a big part on AI, which has so far all the characteristics of a general purpose technology. It's not the only technology, there will be other technology, maybe quantum and others, but it will be very important. And so that's why we have invested a lot in order to make emerge the new industrial base of the future. And 2021 is really the marking of a takeoff of the European landscape. We see it in VC investments. Germany has tripled, France has doubled, in all of the countries. And in total now so that something is happening. And at the same time, we need to help this space to thrive. For instance, in the US, you have a very interesting and lots of startups are going to us because a lot of the innovative actors are from the medium or startups world. And they say, oh, in the US, they have the Small Business Act. And in Europe, we don't have such a tool. And it's not just because then we cannot contest the markets. We cannot grow enough. So that's something we should strive. We need an industrial policy, not against our partners and very close allies, but we also need to be able to strengthen our industrial base and to make it thrive in the 21st century. At the moment, we can see that a lot of European talents are going to the US. That's a good thing because obviously American companies are very innovative and something is happening and research in AI is happening in the private sector. But at the same time, we don't see often enough the reversal trends. So this is also something we need to correct. Some of the explanations are us, because sometimes we are not as innovative or some of our regulations are too strict. And sometimes it's also imbalance that can be talked with our American friends and redressed. So yeah, I think really this is something that we try to address in our strategy. And also, it's not a zero-sum game. So that's why in the new phase of the strategy, we will invest much more in talent. At the moment, there is a general shortage, and not only in data scientists, also in developers, in software, and we need to train more people. And we need to integrate more our startup communities across Europe. Each time I talk to a startup, they say, I want to go to the US, and not enough, I want to go to Germany or to Sweden or to the Netherlands or to Spain. And this is a mindset we need to change also.
But I mean, just a quick follow-up on that. I mean, given that the US has been this magnet for a lot of European talent and investment in this area, and we see that, I think, in Berlin as well. Whenever there's a successful startup here, they tend to turn to US venture capital money as soon as they get a little bit of momentum, because that's really where the market is. Why not promote more transatlantic cooperation here rather than a kind of Europe go it alone strategy, especially since in Europe you're also competing with the Russians and the Chinese in this space?
Well, actually, we are an open economy, and we have seen it in the last 2 years. Some things are changing. VC investors are coming now to Europe. They have doubled their share, and now they don't. 3 or 4 years ago, each time a VC came to France to see a company, they said, "Oh, we are going to finance you, but you need to relocate your headquarters in the US." Now we see more and more that they have understood that they have some value to bring, and that we can keep the headquarters in France or in Germany, and that we can do a much more balanced cooperation. That's also something we don't want all our assets to systematically being relocated. That's something we need. If we want to compete with China or with Russia, we need both to be strong, the US and Europe. Otherwise, we won't be able to compete with these guys.
Roderick, coming back to you, this is clearly a challenge that Germany has as well. And I think a lot of people in the United States, at least, maybe not Molly, but other people I know would look at Germany and say, well, they want to have it both ways. China's become Germany's largest trading partner, and which is obviously important to the German economy. But there are also some concerns about what the Chinese are doing elsewhere in the region and around the world, and even in Europe, and what some see as their sort of malevolent behavior. Germany has so far kind of avoided provoking the Chinese on a lot of these issues. How sustainable is that, do you think, in this digital sphere, if you and Germany want to both cooperate with the United States going forward, especially in the security sphere, which is existential to Germany's security and to Europe's security, and also continue to kind of curry favor with the Chinese?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think that it is really important also to show the public that the biggest share, the greatest share of our trade has the European Union. So in common, the European Union is a stronger partner than China. So, and after China, immediately the United States is the third in sequence.
Although the US is still the largest export market.
Yeah, that's true, and we should be aware of that. And we have only shares in China focused on automotive and some other specific mechanized industry, some other specific areas of business. But it is not an overall challenge in China, because we have much more investments inside the European Union and in the United States. So just to delineate that a little bit. A second remark, I'm a member of the French-German Parliamentary Assembly, and one of our projects is a combined French-German artificial intelligence project, which will be located either in Baden-Württemberg, in Saarland, or in Haute-Lorraine. So we are on that. So there will be a challenge, there will be also a chance for young scientists all over Europe to bring in their knowledge, and it is up to us to create an innovative atmosphere inside the European Union that our startups are trustworthy and that they see they are also accepted in the way of their business and their conduct of their business. Because otherwise, we see it in Germany, we invest a lot in the knowledge of the universities, or a lot in the knowledge. I think the micro doesn't, no, it works again. So we invest a lot in the knowledge, in the innovative power of our young people, but then they see a better environment in the United States, because the research and development atmosphere, the climate, is much more inspiring there. So we should not take it as a given that young people stay here, invest here, and also try to create their business here. We have too high barriers, too many thresholds, which we need to overcome for a more common and comprehensive approach for those who invest in startups. So we have on the one side the investors, and we have on the other side the young people. We need the brains for the future. As regards competition, we see that the challenges we see every day in the Bundestag, for example, like the ATP attacks from Russia, like attacks from China as well from universities. We need a kind of competition as well in the universities, not to hack foreign countries, but to create an atmosphere where our own young people are willing to better compete with like-minded in other European states and in the United States. But what Russia is doing, and also what China is trying to achieve, is a climate of competition in the universities where they try, financed by the state actors, to hack in our systems. And in the German debate, we focus too much on data protection, on individual data protection, but not in the data protection of our small and medium enterprises. So there is also a gap, not only in perception, but also in the willingness and the political will to close these gaps. Our federal office in this context, the BSI, is willing to do that, but a lot of enterprises avoid to come into contact with this federal office, because it's also a question of honor and a question of silence to be mute about attacks in this context. Therefore, I plea for more courage, for a more encouraging approach amongst the European states, and I hope that we, after the election in France, might also have a better cooperation with Poland, so that the Weimarian Triangle can become a catalyst in this context, also for the Eastern European countries. So we need a broader approach instead of only looking into domestic issues. I believe that in Germany, after the hacking of the Bundestag and after severe losses in some significant enterprises, we have a change in the attitude now.
So you're referring to the Weimar Triangle. That's the cooperation between Germany, Poland and France, kind of a diplomatic format there. But Molly, when you look at Europe on these issues, if you think about, if you really want to address a burning issue, you mentioned the privacy shield, the data issues, and all this other kind of stuff. What is your first port of call? Because you talked about the importance of bilateral relations, but ultimately a lot of these issues will be decided in Brussels. Has that gotten easier, do you think, to deal with? We don't have anybody from the Commission here, but has it gotten easier to address these matters in Brussels, or do you prefer the bilateral approach?
Absolutely. So I would say we fully understand that we need to be engaging both in Brussels and in key member state capitals. And we view the Trade and Technology Council as a key forum to have these conversations. And I think one of the benefits of the TTC is that it's really catalyzed a lot of engagement between not just the State Department, but also our trade representative, Ambassador Tai, as well as our Commerce Secretary and other actors within the US government with their counterparts in the Commission. And there's really a regular exchange there on all of these issues. So it's not just the ministerial meeting of the TTC, that is a one-shot deal. We really are working day in and day out on these issues with the Commission. But I also would say we fully understand that member states play a really key role, and we have heard from a lot of member states that they want to make sure that they are engaged with us on these issues. And so whether it's Paris or Berlin, whether it's Warsaw, or beyond, we are really having robust conversations on the full spectrum of issues. I mean, Privacy Shield, as I mentioned, is for us extremely urgent. That is something that's being dealt with in a separate channel from the TTC because we were already engaged in negotiations before that was established, but certainly something where we are engaging the Commission regularly and negotiations are ongoing. But also having conversations with member states to ensure that they understand just how important we believe this is to everything that we are trying to do together in the digital space to ensure that we have reliable data flows and that we're able to move forward on that front.
Okay, I do want to open the floor to questions in a moment, so prepare your questions if you have any. I did have another question for Renaud, though, before we get to that, which is responding to what Molly was just saying. I mean, I think that Europeans often forget the fact that for people looking at Europe from the outside, it does look like this kind of cacophony of voices. Just yesterday, we heard Josep Borrell, not speaking specifically about digital issues, but speaking broadly about Europe's positioning towards the United States and towards China. He talked about a hedging strategy, which sounds more like a financial tactic, an investing strategy than diplomacy. But Renaud, to you, there obviously is tension here on a lot of these issues. Do you think that Europe really has its act together and can speak with one voice on these central questions, be it the Privacy Shield or 5G or whatever the question might be?
Well, we always have more difficulties because we have a set of nations. I really feel truly European. I was raised with a Austausch partner in Germany, and I love it when I go to Finland or southern Greece and spend my money with the same currency. And at the same time, it's more difficult to act. And that's why Europe needs to develop a more sovereignty approach in an industrial policy, a common defense policy, in a world where, even including the US, they have said that their interests are sometimes a bit more pointed at Asia than in Europe. So we need to take on ourselves. And even in the digital world, when I look at what Europe has to boast, sometimes I think, even in France is not above all other members, we sometimes not enough feel European and act Europeanly. In the tech world, if you take IMEC, if you take ASML, if you take the providers in the Nordic countries, if you take Germany's excellent robotics that now is turning to AI, we have a lot of strengths, and we need to have a more European mindset. And I think when the digital economy is turning, when the economy as a whole is turning to digital, we also have to signal to our friends that it is normal for us to claim that taxation is located where activity is. It is normal also to claim that our Mittelstand, our small businesses, can be protecting, like the American ones have a Small Business Act. And there is really an issue about the cloud. Everybody is turning to the cloud. All activities are turning to the cloud. But there is a problem if the cloud business and information and secret trades are not protected from unilateral legislations. And then the only authority that has the power to resolve this is the Court of European Justice, and it won't dodge the fact. So there will not be an agreement unless we resolve this, and it's not only a question of Europe. It should be a joint endeavor.
Okay.
Because these are core assets. These are our core assets are turning to the cloud. So we have to be sure that they are protected.
Right. I mean, I guess the missing piece here, though, Roderick, is China. Because this is often portrayed as a sort of discussion, as I have today, primarily between the United States and Europe, which I think it is, because on a lot of these issues, China is more sort of this specter somewhere in the background there. Nobody really knows what they're up to. We're all worried about what they're going to do. And yet there is a lot of tension in this bilateral relationship, mainly because this space is so dominated by American companies, as Renaud was just alluding to. What do you think the outlook is on that front?
I see a real security challenge in this context. Just an example. The American government asked a big American, very well-known enterprise to improve by artificial intelligence, their drone systems due to the collateral damages the Americans experienced in the last years.
Well, I think we mostly imposed the collateral damage. Others experienced it.
But this enterprise denied to take over this task from the American government due to the fact that the greening of international investments is also including investment in defense. So it's a very, very well-known enterprise, one of the biggest in the world. But no Chinese enterprise would deny such a mission from the Chinese government. So in the long run, I see a gap. If we, in our greening of investments, in our assessment of sustainable investments, avoid to create an atmosphere that the security industry is willing, or those who have tools in the artificial intelligence which might help the security industry, if they deny because of the investors' relationship. On the other side, the Chinese see and have a great overlook about our situation, and they will go into the gaps we have. Second remark, one of the lessons learned during COVID is that we need to improve our resilience. And in parallel, the United States have created the US CHIP Act, and recently the European Union announced the idea of a European CHIPS Act, which aims to have a share of about 20% of the global chip production by 2030. So we have lessons learned, and we also try to bring it into practice. But I believe that China will be faster, and they will use will abuse our weaknesses in certain parts, but we should not see this as a weakness. We should convince those enterprises who are able to support governmental decisions by artificial intelligence tools. Otherwise, in the strategic competition, we will open the gap for others. And we should also, when we look to the European Union and the Green Deal, I must mention that the European endeavor must be more comprehensive and inclusive. The European Green Deal opens the door for China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and to a certain extent also Turkey, with regard to the decarbonization of Kosovo, of Bosnia, of Algeria, and Libya, who are not able to decarbonize. But the Green Deal allows only to cooperate with these countries if they show the willingness. So I would like to put this on the level of artificial intelligence and of digitalization. If we lose these countries, we lose also brains to China or Russia. Therefore, we should survey and check our political ideas also in other fields, that they have a contribution to a more comprehensive security understanding.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I would like to open it up for questions now. Maybe in the room here, there's a question in the third row. and we'll come to the first row. Should we collect questions? Yeah. Okay. Why don't we start here then in the first row, and then we'll get.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and great to be here with Stormy and with all of you. I'm Gabriela Ramos. I'm the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO. And I want to bring the conversation to the business model of artificial intelligence, because what I hear from all of you is how much this triangular cooperation is trying to preserve and advance the competitive edge of these regions, and try to advance a model for digital transformation that is according to our values. But we just approved a recommendations on the ethics of artificial intelligence last week, 193 countries, and I haven't heard anything in this conversation about what do we do with the dangers of the downsides of artificial intelligence and the business model in terms of privacy, in terms of how data is gathered, how data is used. And therefore, I would like to hear more about these human rights, ethical issues of artificial intelligence, if you're dealing with it at all or not.
Okay, yeah, that's a very good question. Maybe one more question, and then we'll tackle those.
Hi, Joanna Bryson, Heritage School. I'm really glad I'm going second. This is sort of a related question, but also from the business perspective. So in June of this year with Helena Malikova, the Director General of Competition of the EU, I published a paper that looked at these questions, the sort of myth about, or potential myth about the AI Cold War. And was it true that there were graphs that were going around showing that just in terms of large market capitalization companies, only the US and China had any skin in the game, basically. Nobody else could touch them. They were dominating the world. And so we looked instead at the number. We knew that actually the US, in fact, innovated antitrust because it's dangerous to have too large of companies. And so this is where the tie-in is. But I'm now talking on the economic perspective. Innovation comes out of a strong SME sector. It's been shown over and over. And so we looked at what was happening in terms of patents registered at WIPO and also at market capitalization of companies that had listed at least 2 WIPO patents in AI in one of the subcategories of AI in 2019. And what we showed was that the US was dominating the whole rest of the world combined on those 2 measures. However, China and the EU were not so different from each other. And interestingly, the rest of the world, which is not being mentioned in this triangle, we drew a quadrangle of some form, the rest of the world actually had more than China and the EU combined in both WIPO patents, listed patents, and market capitalization. Now, again, I think that's partly because Saudi Arabia and Japan had been encouraged, and actually Switzerland, had been encouraged in this large market capitalization strategy, which I'm not sure if that's a good thing. But I didn't only want to give you data, I actually wanted to come back to a question about that, which is that we talk about a lot of talent going to America, and a lot of it does, although living in Berlin, believe me, a lot is coming here right now too, including from American companies. But isn't that part of what's destabilizing potentially America? We were just hearing about the previous presidency. We don't know if the lack of antitrust actions in the United States right now is a good thing. So even if it's true that Europeans and, again, colleagues from all over the world are going in and building the AI that's affecting the whole world, is it necessarily the right thing? Maybe they're getting too much fun. and maybe there's an awful lot of people in America who are poor and don't have health care and things like that are suffering from the lack of regulation there.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have to run through these questions. Maybe, Renaud, would you take the first one on the ethical impact of AI and whether we should be paying more attention to that already. I think it is for a lot of people kind of a vague fear that they have, but certainly in the hands, as we know, of certain governments around the world, it can be very frightening. And companies.
I would congratulate Gabriela on the success of UNESCO having drafted this ethical framework in such a large set of countries. And I would like to say that we are not dodging the question, because Europe will issue, has proposed its first regulation, which is heavily skewed towards taking into account these issues. And it will impose a lot of constraints onto European companies or import-in companies or companies operating in Europe. And in the past, the GDPR has not prevented companies from abroad investing to Europe, so we are dealing with these issues. And also the Global Partnership on AI, which is still a young organization, has 10 projects with the US, with Canada, with Mexico, with Japan, Korea, and we are already trying to invent or to share ideas or projects on these issues. So I think some line of work is really being done there. And at the same time, I also think this is something we should tackle jointly, Europe and the America. We need to also help other countries which are less technologically advanced not to be seduced or having the only resolution to go to China to have their technology. We have to help them acquire this technology. We have to do AI for good also. For instance, we know that some states have very weak infrastructures, and sometimes Earth observation can help. And so it's also a responsibility of our own companies to help provide services, sometimes for free or for cheap, to farmers, to local industries. And this is probably something where we will need to develop new cooperation policies, economic development policies, and where they will need to be more digital and more AI based.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you've really put your finger on what is, probably the most important issue here, how this technology is going to be used. But I wanted to come to the other question as well. Molly, do you want to take the second question on, whether there should be more antitrust regulation and actions in the U.S. around, I think not just AI. You were speaking more broadly on, the digital sphere that the United States has created this kind of group of robber barons, modern day digital robber barons, who are going to, lord over the rest of the world.
Sure. I would just say that, I think this administration in some respects is still developing its approach to those issues, but certainly in the executive order that the president issued on competition policy, it did include some specific concerns about excessive concentration in the tech sector. And obviously there are a lot of proposals on Capitol Hill in terms of how we might address those issues. And so the administration is really working with Congress to find appropriate ways to achieve objectives such as protecting privacy, promoting competition, addressing disinformation, and addressing the concerns that Joanna has raised. On the AI question, I just want to point out that one of the working groups that we have in the Trade and Technology Council is specifically on the misuse of technology and the impact on human rights and other and security concerns, et cetera. And so the AI issues that were raised in the previous question are very much part of those discussions. I know we've talked specifically about surveillance, about social scoring, other concerns in terms of the ethical use of AI. And so I just want to note that is really at the heart of a lot of the conversation in the TTC. And I think it goes to the point that was raised earlier as well in terms of, ensuring that these technologies are used in line with our values, and that we also are promoting resilience and protecting and strengthening our institutions. And that's both within the United States and the EU. And I'm the first to admit that we have work to do on our own democratic institutions to strengthen them and to improve resilience. But also, as was mentioned, in places like the Western Balkans and other areas that are particularly vulnerable to influence from authoritarian regimes such as the PRC and Russia. And I think that's an area that is very ripe for US-EU cooperation as well.
Thank you. We have run out of time. I just wanted to give you, Roderick, the last word on this issue because you're a military man. We hear now that the Chinese have the ability to identify people from up to 100 meters wearing a mask in a matter of milliseconds. Are we naive in the West on these issues and thinking that we're going to be able to convince people to play by the rules as this technology develops? Or is it just inevitable that you're going to have actors like China, other authoritarian regimes using this technology as they clearly already are? If you look at what's going on in Xinjiang with the Uyghurs and so forth, to repress people.
As a politician, I'm also used to look to the positive sides. Nevertheless, there are some challenges we have to cope with. We will not avoid China becoming a leading or one of the lead nations in artificial intelligence. In November 19, I had the chance to accompany our foreign minister to China, and we had a chance to visit a new upcoming business in mobility. A young lady with 30 years was the founder, and she had 300 million customers and 30 million drivers. And our foreign minister asked, what's with data? What's about data protection? And she said, why data protection? We want to improve the offer to our customers. And therefore, we need open data access for all of us. And then she said, well, we have also about 86 million handicapped people, and 84 of them, we have data. They are interlinked with us. And then we can offer best practice for these people. And we can improve this also by artificial intelligence tools. So there are two worlds of understanding. I believe, at the end, we need to have an ethical framework, and we need to convince our people. The Chinese government does not need to convince their people, they control their people to a certain extent. And this might come at the end, in a decade or in 2 decades, also to a kind of turmoil. Because you cannot afford to have Uyghurs, Tibetans, Taiwanese, Hong Kong, and other challenges. So this social control at the end might not lead to success in the end. So we have to be very patient. But we need to be convinced about our own ethical standards, and we need to communicate them. And the idea, and also Aspen could do this, and also other think tanks, we need to better advertise our system to our population. And we have to make our system more transparent in this context, and then we will be more competitive. And the place where competition will take place will be, in the next 2 decades, will be Africa. Because China sees Africa as a doubling of their own market, because population will double in the next 25 years. And we see Africa as a continent of concern. But we should see Africa as a continent where we can prove our standards. And therefore, we should be a little bit more consistent, a little bit more coherent, but much more convinced in the way we promulgate our policies and in the way we create data protection in this environment. And then probably the young scientists who have a choice will not be seduced by Chinese international enterprises. They will be convinced and not be seduced by our ethical codes if we are attractive enough.
Well, thank you very much for that optimistic view. We're going to have to end it there. Thank you, Roderick. Thank you, Molly, for joining us. Thank you, Renaud in Paris. And thank you to everybody who tuned in online and who came here today.
Thank you very, very much. Since we are running quite a bit of behind the schedule, we are continuing right away, so no break. Thank you so much. I would like to hand over. She is still in getting the cable and the headset. But in a second, Wiebke is going to take over the moderation. The next panel is also really exciting because we are leaving the federal government level and moving to the state-to-state level on the transatlantic relationship. And our participants are already I think they are already in the Zoom room. And if our technical team can let them in. You still need a couple of minutes? Oh, okay, all right. So we do need 5 minutes before we continue. I still would say just stay. Otherwise we will have big trouble getting you back into this room. So, alle gute Dinge sind 3. So we are continuing with another exciting panel, and we are leaving the federal level to the state level. And I'm handing over the moderation now to Wiebke Wartenberg, who is our program officer at Aspen for our transatlantic program. And Wiebke, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stormy, for this kind introduction, and a wonderful afternoon to everyone here in the room and to everyone who is joining our AI conference virtually. And welcome to our closing panel for today. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to be here today and to lead this discussion for the next around 60 minutes. Let's see how long we can go. And the topic of this talk is State-to-State Exchange, the Future of Digital Cooperation. Innovations in the field of machine learning are fueling hopes that artificial intelligence could significantly improve the resilience of our societies and economies. And you've already got a lot of great input on this today. But at the same time, new digital technologies, such as in the field of AI, could significantly pose new challenges to us. They change how we work, how we communicate, how we inform ourselves, how we produce. In other words, they change how we live. And to harness the opportunities brought forward by the digital transformation and to give it a legal framework, new laws and regulations are required. And not all of them are passed on the federal level. On the contrary, the subnational level plays a very important role here. Individual states are important agenda setters and can serve as laboratories of democracy, a term coined by former US Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis, who believed in the power of states to test new and innovative policy approaches. And it is also clear that we need international cooperation to realize the full potential of AI and to deal with its challenges effectively. And with this in mind, the Aspen Institute initiated the Laboratories of Democracy Initiative, a transatlantic exchange program for German and American state legislators. And we bring them together to facilitate a values-based discussion and exchange of ideas on how to tackle common policy challenges on a subnational level. Digitalization being the focus topic of our first cohort. And I'm very pleased to say that today we are joined by some of the participants of our first cohort to discuss the risks and potentials of digitalization and more specifically AI. We want to look at 4 areas: at workforce and education, at digital infrastructure and mobility, at cybersecurity and data protection, and at climate action. In our discussion, we want to learn about the role of individual states, get a glimpse at the policy recommendations that have been developed in this program, and in the spirit of Labs of Democracy, learn from each other. And with this, I would like to introduce our panelists. On the American side, I want to say hi to Cecilia, who joins us virtually from California. Assembly member Cecilia Aguiar Curry is a member of the California State Assembly and has a long track record of advocating for expanding broadband technology infrastructure for California's rural communities. I am also very pleased to welcome another legislator and Democrat from the West Coast, Senator Reuven Carlyle. He represents Northwest Seattle in the Washington State Senate, which is home to many tech companies such as Amazon and Expedia. Reuven also chairs the Senate Environment, Energy and Technology Committee and is a true leader on tech policies and climate action. Cecilia and Reuven, good morning to you, and thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
On the German side, let me welcome Joschka Knut, who joins us from Kiel. Joschka is a member of the State Parliament of Schleswig-Holstein and a member of the Green Party. He is spokesman for economic affairs and the labor market, startups, digitalization, and a couple of other issues as well. Hi, Joschka. Also with us is Christian Fliesek, member of the Bavarian Parliament for the Social Democratic Party. He has worked on many issues surrounding tech policy, both on the state and the federal level. And last but not least, Andrea Lindlow will be joining us just a little bit later today. She should be here in a few minutes. And Andrea is a member of the State Parliament of Baden-Württemberg and a member of the Green Party. And she was recently appointed State Secretary in the Ministry of State Development and Housing of the State of Baden-Württemberg by Minister President Winfried Kretschmann. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us here today. And before I dive right into the discussion with our panelists, let me just share that for the last 15 minutes, we would like to open it up to questions from all of you. And for those who are watching online, please use the question button next to the live stream or the live chat to send in your question anytime, and my colleagues will make sure that I will receive the question. All right, with this, I'd like to get us started with the first and more general questions to all four of you. From your point of view as state legislators, what are the greatest challenges states face regarding digitalization and specifically AI? And I would like to start with our American panelists. So Cecilia and Reuven, if I could ask you to take up this question first.
Sure, I'll be more than happy to start. Thank you again for including us today, and it's an honor to be with all of you. I sat down for quite some time to try to think about what's most important, and it really came to some really basic things. Some of the challenges that we have, despite the fact that we're in California and we're the tech hub, they call us in the United States, state and local governments find it really difficult to attract and retain civil servants and with tech backgrounds. So expertise is one of the challenges that we have. People expect high salary here in California. We have a hybrid office culture. And it leaves the states in a position to only get idealistic or no one at all to work in the industry. And then we have equity. While worthwhile, states must take more diligent approach to ensuring digitalization and AI applications serve every resident of our entire area. I find that that's one of the really difficult things, particularly I represent rural communities. And it's very hard to find people that making sure it's equitable in digitization. And then there's also the evolution of everything going on, and the AI trends are some of the fastest growing and iterative that we have seen in IT forever. The state government processes are notoriously slow. If you try to get anything done in the state of California for any of our departments, it takes forever. They're slow, and it's based in old practices. So from regulations to budgeting to procurement to employee training, states have a difficult time in making this transition from our antiquated systems. And then, quite frankly, on the policy front, most policy discussions relate more to consumer protection and privacy rather than to deployment of AI. And so we really depend upon some of our tech companies to often successfully they're defeating some of our overly broad proposals because we continue to limit technology at the statewide level. So I was glad you asked this question because it gave me some time to think about after our visit there is how we need to do some changes and that we should be listening to other, not only countries, but other people that can add to promoting some of the ideas that we have here in California. But it's tough. So I call it expertise, equity, evolution, and that's what we've got to work on.
Thank you, Cecilia. And before I hand over to Reuven, I just want to welcome Andrea Lindlow, who has just joined us. Hi, Andrea. It's good to see you, and welcome. We are just talking about what challenges states face when it comes to digitalization and AI. And with this, I'm going to hand over to Reuven.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be with everyone. I would like to echo those comments from Cecilia. I think we're living in a transformational time where artificial intelligence is so rapidly escalating its impact across every sector of society that our regulatory and our policy and our political frameworks are simply unprepared. We know that at the national level in the United States, that it's very difficult for Congress to take a stand on the weather, much less do a comprehensive policy framework associated with regulating a lot of these core issues. And so now more than ever, there's an argument that what some people call subnational, in terms of states and provinces and regions, is really supranational, because arguably we're the actors who are leaning into the work of building a framework. I think in the area of artificial intelligence, when you marry it with cloud computing scale, we have really a transformational issue around Internet of Things, IoT, in smart cities. Issues and applications around climate are one positive potential element if done well. But ultimately, everyone I think knows at its core that we have deeply unsettling challenges around privacy, around security and the integrity of the data, and also the ability to translate those applications into value, as Cecilia said, for real people living real lives. And so figuring out ways to improve the quality of our global supply chain, the risk mitigation, the financial transparency of the fact that many of our largest financial institutions in the United States continue to finance fossil fuel investments while making claims for net zero. So our sort of a radical transparency is made possible by a really deep embedded embrace of a lot of the applications that AI enable. At the same time, the foundation that we talked about around privacy and security has simply never been more essential. And we don't have a GDPR framework in the United States by any stretch. Even though that framework has challenges and issues, at least it's a guiding principle. So those are some of the issues that we're struggling with. For my state as the home of Amazon and Microsoft and Boeing and Starbucks and Costco and many global thought leading companies, I think there's an expectation of thought leadership in the area of AI and digitization, but we struggle with a lack of a partner in the public sector in many, many ways.
Thank you very much, Reuven. Let's hear from our German panelists what they regard as the biggest challenges. And Joschka, Christian, and Andrea, if I could ask you to also take up the points that your American colleagues have just raised. Do you see similar challenges or other challenges?
We just start. So first of all, I got to say it's great to see all of you again, and it's a pleasure to join you today. Greetings to Berlin. I guess we would all love to be with you in Berlin. So greetings from Kiel. And on the one hand, I can only echo what Reuven and Cecilia just said, because the challenges they face in the States are extremely similar to those we face in Germany. But on the other hand, I can maybe just dive into one or 2 points they just mentioned. If we, for example, talk about the use of AI, not just generally, but the use of AI by the state, for example, is a huge, huge issue. And it's an issue the state hasn't dealt with yet. So what we are working on, for example, in Schleswig-Holstein, what we were talking about when we had our Labs of Democracy in Stuttgart, was the regulation of the use of AI by the state in a way that it is enabling the use. But that means that we don't only have to use to regulate the use of AI and to enable the use of AI for the state, but that we have to have a legal framework that also allows us to generate and use the data we have as a state for AI, because no AI system is working without data. So that is a key issue in Germany, in Europe, because on the one hand, we've got, regarding private data, the GDPR, but then there's all those public data. There are so many sensor data, for example, we as a state have regarding the environment, regarding traffic, social data, etc. And I guess that is an interesting field we got to deal with on how to make those data available for AI, and not just for private AI systems, but also for public AI systems, and to gain trust in those systems. Because if we as a state make decisions based on AI systems, people will question those decisions, and we got to have a framework for a way to deal with those decisions. And to make people accept those decisions. So that is a big deal. We are working on, for example, at the moment, and then we could talk a lot about infrastructure because, I mean, Cecilia, we are come and go from the rural areas. Yeah, we need digital infrastructure. We need fiberglass, for example, for people to be able to use systems, and that we are often like very deep in the technical details of systems. But on the other hand, we as a state need to guarantee the access to digital solutions by providing the infrastructure to the people. So that is a huge issue for both of us as well, I think.
Thank you, Joschka. And over to you, Christian. We can.
First of all, thank you very much to have the opportunity to be with you here, and greetings from Munich, so from the very south of Germany. Well, what Joschka said and what Reuven and Cecilia said, it's also important for our experience here in Bavaria. So I just want to make some other points. So we're talking about digitalization and AI. Bavaria is a big country, a big state, so we have many rural areas. My constituency is Passau, so it's a little lovely city, but we have a lot of rural areas around us. And when it comes to the expansion of the digital infrastructure, we have really a big problem at the moment. So when it comes to mobile communication, fiber optics, 5G, we are lacking at the moment not so much the funding, the money. It's more about the workforce for implementing and running such an infrastructure. So when you look at fiber optics, for example, at the moment we don't have enough companies and we don't have enough workforce in the companies in order to implement this infrastructure. That's a very big issue at the moment, not only in the south of Germany. I think in all over Germany it's the same situation. And if we talk about the public administration, of course, we should also talk about how can we upskill. So Cecilia mentioned it. How can we upskill the workforce in the public administration? So they are working at the moment in a very analog way. So it's not only about the hardware, it's about the mindset of the people, and it's about the upskilling of the people. And another very important thing is what Joschka mentioned. So AI-based applications need data, and they need only a big amount of data. They need good data, high quality data. So we have to think about our data regulation framework, which is a Datenschutz. So it's a data protecting law. We need a data traffic law, and we need to talk about how can we also upskill the quality of the data used for AI-based applications. I think this is a very important issue.
Thank you. And Andrea, do you have any challenges to add to what your colleagues have already given to us?
Well, very fun to see you again, and greetings to Berlin. And I agree with you, my dear colleagues, and just want to point out that Joschka is totally right in addressing the point, what about public AI systems? And we need a framework, but who will set up this framework? No, I don't think that the state level will manage this. Or do the states have to do this because no one else does it? Or do we do a big federal work group? I'm not sure. Interesting in your points. Well, from a Baden-Württemberg point of view, AI is not about competition. Of course, competition in research and development, about the innovative heads of the world and so on, as you know, but in terms of economic policies as well, as we are the manufacturing hub. You know, we have our automotive industries and engineering, and we see a big change in the value chains. So to get a new system, a far more faster system in getting real research input into this, even into the small and medium companies. That's a big point of us about AI changing the value chains that we live from here down in the southwest of Germany, of course.
Thank you, Andrea. And you made a very interesting point that sometimes it's not even clear where's the responsibilities. Should states take action, or is it something that the federal government should do? And I want to first take a closer look at the regulatory environment of digitalization and AI. And Reuven has already mentioned it, that when it comes to privacy and data protection, the federal government in the United States didn't yet provide a good framework for that. And I would like to start with a California perspective on these topics. Cecilia, your state, California, is a leader on data protection and privacy rights. And could you maybe tell us a little bit what your state has so far achieved on these issues?
Yeah, sure. And we can get into the weeds about this, but I'm not the expert on that, but I will tell you. So California has become a leader in this. We did a California Consumer Privacy Act back in 2018. And then we realized that we needed to fine tune that. And we fine tuned it in 2020 with our California Privacy Rights Act. And so that has not completely been implemented yet. It gets implemented and won't be effective until 2023. So we have some time. And like I said, whenever we go back to these things, it's all about implementation. I mean, we can make policy, but what's the problem? How do you fix it? But the ultimate is how do we implement, as everyone has been stating. We've also appointed a governing board for our privacy agency, and they are taking the reins on the regulatory process. So now we have someone that's going to be in charge and be able to kind of direct traffic on this. This should be a familiar way in a way to our German counterparts, as it took years for many of the goals of the GDPR to be seen by consumers and for enforcement to begin in each country's privacy. The federal government in the United States has been slow to react to all of this. And as Reuven said, we have not done a good job on this at all. Other states have followed some of the lead that California has done. We have, obviously, Senator Carlisle, I'm sure, will tell about their multi-year effort, but Virginia and Colorado are starting to pass laws. But for me, it's hard to enact some of these things when each state's doing something so different, and it would be nice to have it across the board. So some of the proposals that have been proposed to Congress, the more the focus has been placed on trying to foster cohesive state statutes and avoid federal pre-exemption. So, it's kind of a fine dance we're doing here. But beyond privacy, we work hard in our California legislature to support innovation so the regulatory environment is not overly aggressive towards new technologies. We still want that flexibility. We want new technologies, but we don't want to hinder anybody. And some of my colleagues have introduced different legislation trying to put limits on the governmental use of technologies like automated decision making. So the legislation, our consideration are all kinds of types of proposals are going on. Usually it stretches over multiple years, over multiple sessions, and it takes a long time to get these things mainstream. And so there's a lot of frustration. I do want to make one really quick comment when you're talking about making sure we can get fiber into different areas of your community. We've been, in a very short period of time, we passed some legislation that California, the state, will actually install fiber up and down the state of California. And in 2 months period of time, they've already identified 18 areas that they're already doing digs to put in fiber. And at the end of December, we'll have the state mapped so we can determine where along California state highways that we can start putting fiber in, whether it's in the rural areas or in our urban areas that the inequities exist. So I just wanted to remind you that there are ways to do all of this. It's going to take all of us to have these conversations.
Reuven, let me get you to respond to this as well, because I know you have led efforts to enact state-level consumer privacy protection measures in Washington state. And I know you've also looked at the California regulation and at the general data protection regulation of the European Union for this. You've also championed regulations on AI, so I would be interested to hear what your view is on what role states play in designing regulation for the application of AI. Cecilia has just mentioned that sometimes she thinks it's a little difficult if states have different regulations on these issues. So I would be interested to hear your perspective on this.
It's absolutely true that a state level regulation is not ideal. No one is advocating that. The problem, of course, is that our national government is simply incapable of adopting anything remotely close to a GDPR type of framework. The legislation that I drafted in our state and tried 3 times to get into law and have been unsuccessful is really the policy foundation of legislation that has passed in Colorado and in Virginia. And where it came from, of course, was a robust mapping between California's law and GDPR and other best practices from around the world to try to capture some of the important regulations that we need in terms of rights of consumers to access their data, the right to opt out, the right to delete that data. The problem, as I see it with the GDPR model, is simply that you in effect grant companies and other entities more permission to utilize your data by opting in, by granting them that approval. You are effectively transferring your rights in a very robust way. So a very robust opt-out that has a global opt-out mechanism, I think is an essential piece of it. So regardless of the tactics of the policy, we also have traction in the area of facial recognition. Our state was the first state to pass meaningful facial recognition legislation that requires public entities to transparently disclose what their proposed use of the application is, what the integrity of the technology is with an open interface to a neutral third party so that the accuracy of the technology can be tested for bias across racial and other sectors. And so we've made some good progress on that particular issue. But ultimately, for us as a country to have a state level model is not anyone's preference. But we live in a difficult time for the lack of federal action in many areas. And of course, climate is the most obvious example where we see a real lack of action at the national level.
Thank you, Reuven. And climate is definitely a topic that we want to get to. Before doing this, Christian, the Bavarian state government has adopted a large number of measures to support digitalization and also the development of Bavaria into an internationally leading location in the field of AI. And I would ask you to tell us a bit where you see success stories in your own state and where you think more needs to be done. And getting back to what we've just talked about, since you've worked as a legislator both on the federal level and the state level, it would be interesting to hear what your view is on the division of responsibilities between the federal government and the state government.
Yeah, so let's start with Bavaria. I think a success story in Bavaria is a research program funded by taxpayers' money. It's the so-called high-tech agenda for Bavaria. And it was announced in 2019, and Bavaria is now spending about 3.5 billion euros in the next 2 years in order to fund AI research and AI research centers, and also to fund the SuperTech program. The goal is that Bavaria is to become an AI district centered in Munich, but we have about 100 new AI chairs at all universities around Bavaria. And I think when you hear 3.5 billion euros and you compare it with California, it's not a big figure for the US or for California, but within the German states, and also I would say within the European Union, it's a big figure. And we hope that there will be also then more private investment on that. We need, of course, therefore, a taxation framework which gives tech or private money or private investments the opportunity to do so. We are lacking that at the moment on a federal level. But I think this is a really success story that we, with all parties in the parliament in Bavaria, we are behind this research program, and we are expecting a lot of that. And so that's a really important point. On the other hand, when it comes to the competences, so it's I don't want to give you now a course in German constitution law or what are the competences in Germany on a state level or on a federal level, but I think we can learn a lot from the evolution of data protection law. It started, I think, in the 70s. In the last century on a state level. So I think Hesse was the first state who was regulating the data protection, and then it went from the state level to a national level, on a federal level, and now we are on a European level. So I think we can learn how things are going on. We don't have to wait for an international law on AI regulation that will not come. So there are too many differences on how we should regulate that. So I think the approach is that those states or countries who are important markets on a global market, they should go on, and then I think what I learned when I was with data protection law, also by profession, always working, I learned that a global company with a global business model doesn't want a balkanization of its business model. So they look, what is the toughest regulatory model? What is the toughest regulation in the world? And then they implement this regulation in the whole global business model. And I think this is also the chance for European countries to go on with AI regulation. And it starts, I think, that's what we learned from the data protection law, it starts on a state level. So I'm looking very positively in the future that the state level can go on with this challenge.
And Andrea, similarly to Bavaria, Baden-Württemberg is also striving to harness the opportunities brought forward by artificial intelligence. We have just been in Stuttgart as part of our Laboratories of Democracy initiative and could see this firsthand. And AI offers a lot of opportunities for the economy, but this has, of course, also implications for the workforce and for education and learning opportunities. And I would ask you to maybe elaborate a little bit on the experience of your own state, Andrea, when it comes to learning and training. What is Baden-Württemberg doing to really make the workforce fit for a 21st century economy?
Well, in training of the workforce, you have 3 agents, let's say, because it's the workforce itself, the employers and the state. It's not that easy to figure out who's responsible for what. And so we try to establish, we have traditional networks on this, and we try to establish new models, and that we have a collaboration of small and medium enterprises on training of the workforce in terms of digitalization. It's digitalization, it's not especially AI. And that we are funding these networks for small and medium enterprises by our state. That's the newest point in this. We see that that it tends to be that there's a gap between the big companies and the small, medium enterprises. It's not that the small and medium enterprises are not innovative. They are innovative, but they tend to, they don't have time or they don't have administrative power to establish a good learning for the workforce on really new issues in a broad way.
Cecilia, I know education is an important topic to you as well, and I know you have to leave a little early today. So I want to get you to respond to the question of education and training as well, and maybe get us an American perspective and California perspective on the topic. Where do you think there is more need for action when it comes to really equipping the workforce for the world of tomorrow, when it comes to upskilling for lifelong learning?
Thanks for that question, because it is one of the top items that I've been talking about and that I'll be working on in policy this year. There's no doubt about it that it's incredible that what we can do with technology, but we don't want to leave anyone behind. And unfortunately, some of the jobs that we're going, that are new, don't have a road, a path to bring others along. And so I must admit, when I was in Germany, it came to me is that when I went and noticed the Mercedes Daimler manufacturing plant, is that so many things are different, and how we've done work in the past is different. And how do we change the workforce to make sure that we bring people along and educate them? Ironically, yesterday I was out at a plant and I asked about the workforce, and they are concerned as well. And they said, particularly in California, we need to bring the high school children up, the students up, to make sure that they understand technology, show them new software items. We need to make sure that our community colleges are ready to take some of these students on. Community colleges in the past, in California at least, has been a place that people get their first steps before going to a university. And they kind of make their path there. But we need to change that idea. We need to make sure we have more on-hands, technology-driven education formats for those students. So those are some of the things that, I'm going to be working on this year. But quite frankly, it starts when the students are young. And that's how we're going to be able to change our workforce. There's many people that are now trying to retool themselves, and many people are just leaving the workforce totally because it's just too difficult for them to get on track. Technology, broadband, equity to me is the number one thing that we need to work on for our students, for our job creation, for agriculture, you name it. This is the way we're going.
Thank you so much, Cecilia. And I believe you do have to leave in 1 or 2 minutes. So I want to thank you for being here today and for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everything, and let's continue to work together.
Thank you. Let us now take a closer look at the topic of mobility. Joschka, when it comes to new mobility solutions, what potential do you see for digitalization and AI to really make our cities and rural communities more resilient? Maybe you could share some experiences from your state or even best practices.
Yeah, I would like to, because there are actually some pretty interesting projects going on in our state. I mean, just to bring it into context, yeah, Schleswig-Holstein is pretty small and we are not that rich. So if you take a look at the numbers Christian just mentioned, 3.5 billion in AI and digitalization, we spend 1% of that on AI in a special fund at the moment. So 35 million is not that much. Nonetheless, we've got some pretty interesting projects going on in Schleswig-Holstein, and they reach from setting up a new digital infrastructure for autonomous driving, for example. There are projects in the very rural areas near the Danish border where we try to train autonomous buses, for example. We've got our small islands, you probably know Sylt, and the West Coast where there is an autonomous bus driving. So those are chances of AI because those are new ways of mobility and public transportation, but there are also new ways of shared mobility in our very rural communities. For example, there's one community of small villages where they have got a platform. So there's one village owning one electronically e-mobile and one car. So those car can be rented by those people living in this village. And there's a digital platform to use and borrow this car. So that is like just a small project, but it brings new opportunities to elderly people as well as very young people living in the rural areas, because now they can, like on Saturday, drive to the market, which they were not able to do early on, and younger people can like drive to the next town to go to a bar in the late evening. So there are some very small projects where you don't need a big budget for, but they change the life of people by the use of digitization. And on the other hand, there are, I don't have to mention it, there are much bigger projects going on. E.g., we are there are some very interesting projects here in Schleswig-Holstein developing autonomously driven ferries for the transport of people in lakes, in harbors, and on rivers. So those are very interesting projects, and they are only able to perform the techniques and to develop those solutions because we have got some very skilled personnel up here, and because we've got some 5G networks who guarantee the transport of the data we need to drive a ferry autonomously. So there are some interesting projects going on, and I'm very sure there will be some you hear of in the future as well.
Thank you, Joschka, for sharing these ideas and initiatives. I would now like to dive deeper into the topic of climate action. And Reuven, you have sponsored legislation on climate action in Washington State, among it the historic Climate Commitment Act. And you've also just participated in the COP meeting in Glasgow. And I want to ask you, what is the potential you see for digitalization when it comes to climate protection? And maybe you could also elaborate what you call supranational leadership of states, how you see the state's responsibility on these issues.
Thank you for raising this topic. I think we can all appreciate that in order to have even a remote chance of reaching 2050 net zero, that we need a serious, deep decarbonization across all of our sectors: electricity, transportation, consumer behavior, density, urban growth, and so much more. The challenge of very serious sectors like aviation and maritime and global supply chain, by their very nature, are international in scope. So we need international leadership and we need national leadership. And yet, on some very important level, it is what I call supranational levels of government that are actually achieving much of the progress, certainly in the United States. For example, so we have a deep decarbonization plan on transportation around biofuels, sustainable aviation, renewable hydrogen, and that's important to maritime, it's important to aviation, long-haul trucking, energy storage, and industrial sectors. I think that was a theme out of Glasgow, which was the very difficult to decarbonize sectors need a serious strategy. Also, I think if you look at grid modernization and the movement from a handful of large power plants to a distributed energy system of renewables around wind, hydro, solar, small modular nuclear, offshore wind, and so many others. So all of these are happening at the supranational level. I think the conversation in Glasgow was on some level easy to see as disappointing because of China and India, because of the lack of firm commitments to national proportional reductions. And yet decarbonization is happening in many sectors at the supranational level. So again, sector-based as well as economy-wide. Carbon pricing is very important, which we now only have 2 states in the United States, California, which has theirs, and Washington, which just passed legislation, and we expect to join California in the next 2 years. The role of data at the end of the day is just incredibly important to a radical transparency. I think data brings alive the reality of climate change. It brings alive the impact, not just in the equatorial belt, but worldwide and globally, and it's so important. So to me, some of the most exciting applications in the world for high value, high impact uses of data is to bring alive for real people living real lives, a deeper understanding of the impact. And we have floods happening in our state right now in our northern province of British Columbia in Canada that is just absolutely devastating. We're losing our salmon runs. So all of these impacts and resiliency issues are tied to increasing awareness and increasing action. So decarbonization is tied to data, public awareness is tied to data, high quality, high impact policy decisions are also tied to high value data. So that's some of the work that we're embarked on.
Thank you, Reuven. Before I open it up to questions from the audience, if you have any, I want to focus on the topic of transatlantic cooperation. As part of the Laboratories of Democracy program, you have developed policy recommendations for the state level and also for potential transatlantic cooperation. We have already talked a lot about the state level, but not so much about transatlantic cooperation yet. I do not want to get ahead of ourselves because the official publication is still outstanding, but I would like you to give us a little foretaste of what is to come. Could you please maybe share where you see potential for transatlantic cooperation when it comes to digitalization and specifically AI? And maybe let's start with our German panelists for this question.
Well, I think AI has to be done in like an open innovation surrounding, and here nobody will be successful if you make a closed shop in AI research and development. And besides the question of regulation, which is really, really important, I want to mention and I want to point out that we do need a culture of open innovation and collaboration in basic research and in deep research. And we're trying to do this. It's not, I said we have a competition in front, and we have a competition all around the world, and we have the competition with our friends in Bavaria of who gets the most innovative people around for AI research. But the core of it is, I think, we have to build networks, and we have to build networks on AI research and development, which is value-based in like Western values. I think there are still Western values, and I think we share a lot of values in our transatlantic relations and with our friends in the States, and it differs from other regions in the world. And that's the biggest thing that we are doing. We have our, and I'm glad you came over, the Cyber Valley as the biggest research network in AI in Europe, not the biggest in the world, but in Europe. And it's not about, well, go and drive to Tübingen and Stuttgart and you have all of it. It's about to establish an open network, which is high-end, which needs a lot of money from public and private, but which needs the spirit of being open from people who have roots from all over the world, from Europe, from the States, from other regions, and that we do the changes that AI can lead to in a context which is based on open societies and Western values. And this is what we really do want to do the next years.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian, over to you.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, what Andreas said. So I think we need these networks And I'm very grateful that Aspen Institute started this program for lawmakers on the state level, but we need it in a broader sense. We need it in science and research. And I think what Andreas said, it's about values. Yeah, maybe we do not totally agree in every sense how AI or data should be regulated. But I think when it comes to the question, what are the ruling global standards, we have to see that we are in a very hard and tough competition with China. And that's, I think, the point when it comes to the values of the Western world, or in a transatlantic sense of the Western world. So what we need is to discuss these standards, even if they do not come directly into law or into regulation, but we need a big and broad discussion about the ethics of AI and about maybe also regulatory standards in a global Western sense based on our values. And I will end with one very important point for me personally as a lawmaker and politician. I think we also have to focus on the security of all AI applications. So we are now living in a world where cyber attacks are growing every day, and it's a very big challenge for all governments, for all administrations, when they have to deal with critical infrastructure, that they focus on how to protect these infrastructures. And I think when it comes to AI and AI-based decision making, for example, that's a very tough challenge, that we do everything in order to protect these systems, and therefore we need a very strong transatlantic relationship of our and a very strong transatlantic cooperation of our intelligence services and all security administrations we have in our countries.
Thank you. Joshka, over to you.
I just want to add one or two thoughts. It's to get those things together. America, or the United States of America, North America, and Europe are two of the most important, strongly connected, value-based markets of the world. So for the use of AI and digitization, economy-wise as well as state-wise, a shared understanding of that, of what we are dealing with and what we want to work with is truly necessary. And therefore, I guess what is most important overall is that we talk together, that we exchange views, experiences, ideas, and therefore, like, meetings as we have them today or as we had with our Labs of Democracy are what is key to developing new solutions on both sides of the Atlantic. And I guess we can do that. So thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. And Reuven, over to you for the American perspective on this transatlantic cooperation topic.
It is absolutely essential on every level. And I think many Americans feel a deep sense of humility about the disequilibrium in our country in the last 4 years. And the recent changes relative to the lack of appreciation and historical understanding and policy depth, but really values alignment with not just sort of NATO as an institution, but the broader business and community and civic and student and cultural connections and relationships. And so I think it's been a time of disequilibrium. And I think as we sort of move past that and re-engage in the global community in a much more authentic and substantive way, that I think that the transatlantic relationship is really the anchor of that entire framework. And I think it's values-based, and on every level. And I think we have to be very real about acknowledging the fragility of some of our institutions. And I think it was a time of deep reflection in the United States relative to the gratitude and appreciation for the stability of some of the critical elements of the transatlantic relationship. So I feel very strongly that that we're entering a new phase, but there's a sensitivity to the vulnerabilities that do exist with the growing elements of populism in the United States and around the world.
Thank you, Reuven. And before we are closing our panel, I just want to see if there are any questions here from our audience in the room. Yeah, I see one over there, if we can get a microphone over there.
Hi, thanks very much. It was fantastic, all of your interventions. Although I have to say, as someone who grew up in Illinois, I'm very sorry that the Illinois person isn't here. Not least because it's easy to forget that not every state in America is Washington or California. And in fact, in 2016, when North Carolina's legislature voted, after a Democrat had been elected governor, changed the law such that the governor didn't get to do anything before the governor was brought in. We found out that like a third of American states have extremely low levels of democracy on the scale of like Cuba and Iran. And so, I don't want to joke about that. This thing about the supranational thing, as an American myself, as someone from Illinois, I'm fascinated by what the EU is doing in terms of facilitating at the sort of the nation state level, this harmonization. So you were talking before about the legislative challenges that states have in America without going to the federal level, but coordinating on things that are state powers. And I know I don't know enough about the German legislation, but I know it's kind of also similar in that coordination. So is there ever times when you look at coordinating or harmonizing across states without, on the powers that the state is supposed to have? And so don't only throw things up to the federal, but actually try to look at sort of an EU-inspired or a coordination model within and between states.
Thank you so much. And you're exactly right that both the strengths and the weaknesses of a federated system relative to the role of states is incredibly nuanced and important. I would say that in some areas, particularly climate action, there is a deep sense of alignment at a regional level. So in the west coast of the United States, we have, and Canada, of course, we have British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and California that have formed a Pacific Coast Collaborative. And we're coordinating everything from building standards to hydrofluorocarbons to maritime and other sectors. So there are regional examples. The Midwest is very strong at some of that coordination. It is very important as a framework, and also moves federal action as well when regions get together and the 50 states. But you're absolutely right that there are areas where the dark side and the destructive side of state level authority over elections and other categories is shown to be deeply hypocritical relative to lack of access and lack of equity and lack of recognition of the ubiquity that should exist in access to democracy, which fundamentally does not in some states.
Thank you. Unfortunately, our time is up. So I want to thank you, Joschka, Andrea, Christian, and Reuven very much for being here today and for joining us. I think this discussion has underlined that transatlantic exchange on digitalization and AI is very important. And to end this, I just want to say what I've personally learned in Stuttgart as well from one of our fellow participants, Assemblymember Mark Berman from California, is that we should not be afraid to copy good ideas. And I think that's a very, very good note to end this on. So thank you very much to our panelists for joining, and thank you for everyone here for being here. And with this, I'm going to give the floor back to our director, Stormy.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for this wonderful panel discussion and the moderation. This was perfect. This ends the first day of our AI conference. We have a really exciting program tomorrow, so join us again. We will hear from Gabriela what you have been up to with regard to AI and ethics. We will have the opportunity to talk with the chief scientist from the WHO on health and artificial intelligence. We can do a deep dive on inequalities and artificial intelligence. And we also want to look at sustainability and AI and education, not to forget that very, very important topic. So join us again tomorrow. We are looking forward to seeing you, hopefully some of you in person again, and many of you also digitally. This has been a very rich day. Thank you so much, and also for my team, who worked really, really hard in the background, because this has been, this has been not an easy conference. So thank you so much. See you tomorrow. And our speakers and partners are also invited to dinner in a few minutes. And for everybody else, hope to see you soon.